Wake up, Los Angeles, and start a new week here live on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is Derek Fisher. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. Glad to have you here to start off this new week. It is 855-975-2326. The Dodgers complete a sweep at the ravine of the Pittsburgh Pirates and have now won a season-best 6 consecutive games. Plus, we'll recap the Rams' second preseason game inside SoFi and update the backup quarterback battle for Los Angeles. Cody Decker, welcome back. The golf swing following the hurricane in Hawaii was looking pretty clean, my man.
Not bad. I had 2 outings in the golf course. One was phenomenal. Oh, baby, one was phenomenal.
What are we talking?
Oh, dude,
Broke
I shot an 84
over
there at Turtle Bay. Had a monster day, which just told me, sprinkled in my mind, tomorrow was going to be a disaster. Guess what the next day was? Absolute disaster. Played with a couple of buddies that I played at UCLA with, happened to live out there in Hawaii. Weather was okay. I was there for a hurricane. Not if you heard that at all, D-Fish, but I was in a goddamn hurricane.
You know, he joined the show last Monday here on D-Fish
from
and
a
Decker
hurricane, baby.
At 5 a.m. on the island.
Behind you? With umbrellas blowing behind you?
Dude, well, you couldn't see. It was completely pitch black at the time. But I got to tell you, dude, we were only without power for one day, thank God. But it was an interesting experience. It was an 8-day vacation. I got 4 days.
I mean,
because there was a tropical storm on the other end of it that I had to leave for. So it was a very unique trip. But the golf swing's always good, baby. Don't worry about it.
It looked good. You had some great power. I was very impressed by what I saw. Now, we asked D-Fish. Come on, the guy deadlifts about 600 pounds.
Insane.
Now, we asked D-Fish last week, had he ever played golf before with LeBron James? Answer was no. Rory McIlroy, no. Bronny James, been at the same golf course, never in the same grouping. Have you two ever played golf together?
Yes, we have.
Oh,
it wasn't a great day for either of us, but it wasn't a bad day either. It was very middling. What I learned about D-Fish and his golf swing specifically, this guy has got long irons for days. Like you give him a 4-iron, he is deadly. Give him a driver, hit or miss, but it's like anybody else, like me, hit or miss. But you put a 4-iron in this cat's hands, he's doing some damage.
Is that the strength of your game? The long irons?
Yeah, right now, yes, it is. It really is. Yeah, it's because the driver sucks, basically. Well, I suck. The driver does its job when I do my job.
Fish, you know the deal, how it goes. We all suck. I've never met a good golfer. Anyone that claims they have is a liar. If you're a good golfer, it means you're a pro golfer. Everyone sucks. It just depends on what degree of suck you have.
Yeah. Long irons because I basically avoided my woods for years.
Long time. Yeah.
So my long irons became my driver basically in order for me to keep the ball in play. So I feel pretty comfortable with those.
Who won that outing between Cody and Derek?
Honest to God, I don't even know who won that outing.
I think Cody scored better.
But it wasn't
just
by
having
much.
fun.
We had a third member of the group, a buddy of mine named Chris. So we were just kind of playing for fun, having a good time. And but I think Cody scored better that day we got out. Yeah.
One time we'll all get on the links together.
One of these days.
We'll have a good time.
One of these days. What's your game, man? What's your power?
Not bad. I've been playing since I was 7 years old.
Okay.
So I've got it in the blood. I've got it in the bones. The driver is my best.
Really?
Yeah. When I can connect on the driver goes well for me.
Nice.
So yeah. We got to work on the short game. It's all about a feeling of touch and
the
repetition.
Mm-hmm.
I've not played nearly as much golf since moving back to Los Angeles as I believed that I would. Because living out on the East Coast, you know this well. You get about 3 months,
it's a nightmare.
It's very difficult in the greater New York City area.
No. I ended up going out there though in the snow, dude. I still slummed it out there. Any chance I could.
Golf?
I did it 3 times.
What?
Played in 20-degree weather. It was miserable. I didn't care. I needed to get out there.
If you don't hit one flush, your hands are going to scream for days.
I said it sucked.
Yeah.
It was awful. Did it 3 times.
Dang. Yeah, no, I'm playing. No, thanks. I'm playing in a charity golf event later today.
Oh, you are, baby.
I think Living Beauty Cancer Foundation.
Nice. That's awesome.
Having a golf event today.
Where at?
Stop by there. I think it's at Oakmont Country Club in Glendale.
Oh, I didn't know there was an Oakmont out here. I thought it was just the famous Oakmont in the greater Pittsburgh area.
I did not know it either, but it is a nice track. And then later, a little WNBA action on Peacock.
Let's go.
Atlanta Dream versus the LA Sparks. So, Yeah, long day.
Long day for
fun
D-Fish.
Yeah, man.
It's 6 a.m. and you're already.
Baby,
Yeah.
coffee it up. That's a day.
At least you
Yes,
have the ball
indeed.
marker on the lid. So
Yeah, I'm
you're
ready.
just ready to go.
I'm trying
Leave
to-
the studio right to the
Yeah.
golf course.
Is this
ready
the
to line
golf
up putts.
attire you're rocking? This is the
No,
shirt?
no, not the shirt.
Shout out Crespi.
Yeah, no doubt. Not the shirt, but I'm ready for the day though. I'm
long
set
day.
up good. One less thing I got to worry about is finding the ball marker. It's right there.
Yeah, you have
Smart
that.
man.
Easy. Dream right in the middle of the playoff table in the WNBA.
Yeah,
Sparks
they are.
making a push. Still on the outside. No.
Eliminated from
dang.
playoff contention.
All right.
Nneka Ogwumike is retiring at the end of the season, which is heartbreaking. She's one of the best to ever do it, but it'll be a fun evening though, man. Hopefully the game is competitive.
Former Sparks head coach,
Yeah.
Gary Fisher. A man with tons of basketball acumen. Former baseball player professionally, Cody Decker, as well. And as we talk some baseball here, following a weekend at the Ravine, the Dodgers take all three from the Pittsburgh Pirates. And Fish, we talked about this late last week. Who do you trust most if you are Dave Roberts by the time you get to the postseason? And we had that conversation basically because of who were the projected probable starters for this series against the Buccos. Yoshinobu Yamamoto on Friday, brilliant. Tarik Skubal in his fourth Dodger start picks up his first Dodger victory on Saturday. And last night, or yesterday afternoon, I should say, Blake Snell lights out. 6 innings of shutout baseball against the Pirates, the Dodgers winning the finale 4-0. It seems as though that was the playoff vision for the Los Angeles Dodgers this weekend. You could paint the path for that pitching staff in the postseason, and it led to 3 consecutive wins for LA.
Yeah, having the conversation around, who we trust the most is, it's a daily conversation you could honestly have because each day the Dodgers have the ability to roll out someone that you could learn to trust very quickly. Between Yamamoto, Skubal, Snell, news that Glasnow is going to probably return on this road trip, maybe to Atlanta. Will Shohei Ohtani return to the mound at any point? So, the Dodgers obviously have a lot of guys that you could roll out. We just talked about the reality that we'd seen, championship level performance from Yoshi Yamamoto previously, and that the edge would go to the guy we've seen come through for the Dodgers before. Not because Tarik Skubal isn't Tarik Skubal. He clearly showed, a level of grit and resilience that I think is important for all great players to have. By just kind of hanging in during his start a few days ago. Didn't get out to a great start. Would have been very easy for the energy to kind of turn negative.
Yeah.
Not for him to doubt himself, but sometimes if you haven't been performing well or the team hasn't been as consistent and you get off to a poor start, there becomes a decision that you have to make. You can either tie the shoes up tighter and grind and figure it out, or you can just kind of allow yourself to fall into that negative mindset. And he deserved a lot of credit for kind of battling through that and putting a great performance together. So, the Dodgers are fortunate that they have as many guys as they have to choose from. And a lot of it will be about matchups, like we talked about. And I know Dak knows from experience, actually, in terms of lineups and left-hand pitchers versus right-hand pitchers and what the situations are. But it was good to see the Dodgers kind of get themselves back in order a little bit before going out on a tough series in Atlanta.
Yeah, they look good. That's period. Stop. They got the wins that they needed to get the win. So they played against the Colorado Rockies. They went ahead and did their thing against the Rockies. Against the Pirates, exactly the same thing. But if we're having the conversation of who we trust most, it's very simple. They trust every single one of them. They trust everybody in the bullpen. They trust everybody in the late innings. The only guy they might not trust at the exact moment who's wearing a Dodger uniform is Edwin Diaz, and that's literally probably it. Maybe you can throw Kyle Tucker on that list as well, depending whether or not we're playing at home or on the road. But on the mound, every single arm is very, very trusted. They already made one move. Eric Lauer heading over to the pen. The most likely thing is that eventually Robleski as well. But keep in mind, we got another bullpen that's coming our way this week, apparently, when it comes to Shohei Ohtani.
Yep. And
we already got Blake Snell back, and of course we're getting Tyler Glasnow back this week. So yeah, a lot more moves need to be happening. The question, the matter is whether or not this team's going to be able to hold on to somebody like an Eric Lauer if we're going to get our hands back on Shohei Ohtani. Because Eric Lauer is already in the pen. If you're going to throw Justin Robleski in the pen when he returns, then we have a bit of an issue because there's only 26 spots in that entire staff right now. So Someone at some point is going to go. You have options for Robleski. If you were to remove Eric Lauer won't be wearing a Dodger uniform anymore.
Andrew Friedman said before this season, he has been here for more than a decade. This is the best pitching staff he has ever assembled. And then at the trade deadline in late July, he adds a 2-time back-to-back Cy Young Award winner in Tarik Skubal. We are now starting to see the fruits of that labor. Tyler Glasnow expected to make his first start since early May on Tuesday in Atlanta, a critical road set in the ATL against the Braves. Shohei Ohtani faced some live batters at the Ravine on Saturday prior to Game 2 of this series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. We could see Shohei Ohtani pitch as early as this upcoming weekend in Detroit against the Tigers. And I think the way you laid it out right there, Cody, is very sound because it is a critical decision that Dave Roberts and this staff is going to make. Who do you trust most? Who do you give the ball to in Game 1 of a presumed NLDS or perhaps in a Game 7 with logistics and rest schedule, of course, up in the air as well? And it's a critical decision to be made, but there's not necessarily a right or wrong answer. Do you think there is a best answer, or do you think it's just a matter of facing that lineup on the other side, Doc trusting his gut and going with a guy that he, of course, has supreme belief in?
Dave Roberts has made it abundantly clear he'll make any decision by committee or any decision based on matchup year in, year out. If we're just looking at the old Dave Roberts, it's the old Dave Roberts. Dave Roberts, say 2019, Dave Roberts likely would have just gone whatever the numbers say. But since then, he's evolved as a manager, he's evolved as a coach, and has evolved as a baseball mind using said numbers and just applying them with his gut. He is that type of ball player and that type of guy that knows how to do it. And at this point, he's more than proven how to win World Series with any type of committee. He won a World Series 2 years ago with a Triple-A pitching staff. That was not a semblance of the Dodgers pitching staff that won a World Series in 2024. 2025 gets it done again with basically all his role players on the offense that got it done for him. And of course, Yamamoto pitching roughly 40 innings throughout the entire World Series, and Roki Sasaki absolutely hammering it out on the back end of the bullpen. I think this is going to be a matchup situation, and also going with the hands that he knows. I know the debate's out there. Who's the ace? Who's the ace? They're all aces. Every one of them. If Tyler Glasnow wasn't a Dodger, he'd be the opening night starter on any other team. Same with Yamamoto, same with Skubal, same with Snell. This is an unbelievable problem to have. But if it were me, if I were Dave Roberts, very simple. Yamamoto. I've seen him do it. He can handle the most amount of innings, and he shows that he comes back after 1 day of rest or no days of rest. If I can get the most innings out of him in a playoff scenario, I'm going Yamamoto. Outside of that, if he decides to go with Snell, I ain't complaining.
Right. And yesterday, Blake Snell was lights out. 6 innings of shutout work, only 2 base knocks, had 6 strikeouts as well. Blake Snell in the 3 starts since his return. He has won the last 2. He has allowed a total of 2 earned in 18 innings of work. That is a 1.00 ERA. The man-fish known as Snellzilla has been as good as advertised since coming back from the elbow injury, of course, that sidelined him since the early portion of May. So as we look at Blake Snell and what he said yesterday post-game, Fish, it's kind of the picture of where the Dodgers stand. Everybody is an ace, and he looks forward to having everybody back in that rotation, learning from all of the other aces, their mentality, their competitiveness, how they go out there and perform on the bump. You've been a part of some pretty stacked teams, learning from the best in their business. How big is that for the Dodgers with all the talent assembled on this roster where they can have their best, be at their best, and everybody's just learning from each other?
Yeah, the teams I was on, we were like top heavy with greatness, and then the rest of us really learned how to kind of fill our roles and kind of add the glue where it needed to be added. And so, when you're in those type of situations, I think with the Dodgers roster, they're not necessarily top heavy. Like there's an even amount of greatness spread throughout the roster, which almost makes the job more challenging. It's what, like Cody and I've talked about, like why Dave Roberts should be mentioned more often as manager of the year, because it is oftentimes more difficult to manage that even spread of greatness across a roster compared to, all right, we got 2 or 3 guys that are great and the rest of you guys, chop wood and carry water. You're asking Hall of Fame guys to chop wood and carry water. That's not an easy conversation to have.
Right.
And Dave Roberts finds a way to do it year in and year out, even as more talent comes into the roster. It's part of why you see the struggles sometimes with the Kyle Tucker or, Skubal still learning how to be a Dodger. It's just a different role and responsibility to have when everything is not on your individual performance. But what I can add is just the confidence level that comes from when your great players actually perform great. It infuses confidence in everybody. You walk into any building, anytime, any scenario, and you truly believe you're going to win. And that goes a long way in some of those big game moments when the anxiety, the performance pressure is there, for you to be able to walk in knowing, I don't care who they have on the other side, we are good enough to win this game. That's a pretty powerful place to be.
And we saw that from the Dodgers this weekend, taking all 3 against Pittsburgh. Let's hear from Dave Roberts following Blake Snell's start in 6 innings of shutout baseball yesterday in the Ravine, and of course what it means getting a look at that pitching staff as September is on the horizon.
We're pitching well. Starting pitching has been fantastic. It's good to see Blake follow up Skubal's outing, Yamamoto's outing, and just getting us into the game, chance to win and be able to, with the off day Thursday, the off day tomorrow, the bullpen's in a good spot. I thought Henriquez has really been throwing the baseball well. It was, good to see the guys come in, and Brock's been great. And so, Alex worked out of a leadoff walk situation, but I thought the ball was coming out well. Velocity was up. So, yeah, all around good outing, and, it was hot today. So it was just good to see Blake be efficient.
855-975-2326 to get your thoughts on what this Dodger pitching staff looked like this weekend at home against the Pirates, and if this is the vision. And Cody, I think, as Dave Roberts laid out right there, Yoshi into Skubal, into Snell, all resulting in wins for the Dodgers. Is this the pitching staff the Dodgers fans can look at and say, that's what we expect come October?
Yeah, it's August 24th. It's August 24th, and the pitching staff isn't even healthy yet. So that's another thing. We still haven't seen Tyler Glasnow yet. Mm-hmm. We still haven't seen Shohei Ohtani yet. We still haven't seen Robleski return to the team yet to go into the bullpen. So is this going to be it? Yeah, it's probably going to be a 3-headed monster that we're currently seeing at this exact moment with a little Tyler Glasnow sprinkled in, unless Shohei Ohtani is also healthy, of which case you'll see him sprinkled in. It's really a matter of how much of a deep rotation they want to go. Do they want to go a 3-man rotation? Do they want to go a 4-man rotation? Is this going to be for a 5-game series, or is this going to be for a potential wild card series, or is this going to be for a potential 7-game series? There's a lot of different options that you can do and a lot of different ways to do it. But at the end of the day, we know what the 3 main names are going to be. It is going to be Skubal. It is going to be Snell. It is going to be Yamamoto. Whatever you're going to mishmash around that with maybe a 4th thrown in there, the question is who's going to be long relief? How many long relief guys?
Yep.
Who's going to even be on this playoff roster? Do you have the choice between going with Robleski or Eric Lauer? Which guy do you go with? One of those guys might have to be optioned down. Who's the option? Well, you do have options for Robleski. You do not have it for Eric Lauer. You move Eric Lauer off this roster, he hits waivers. If I'm a playoff team and have the opportunity to get Eric Lauer for a playoff run, you bet your ass I'm grabbing Eric Lauer.
Eric Lauer also pitched in the 18-inning game as a member of the Toronto Blue Jays against the Dodgers in the World Series a year ago. Contributions from everybody this weekend with some good, of course. There is always a little bit of bad. Andy Pages, a fractured left hand on Friday night as he was hit by a pitch from Bubba Chandler. He is set to miss about 4 to 5 weeks, but a guy that you highlighted, Cody, a few months ago when he was picked up by the Dodgers following being DFA'd by Arizona at the end of May, Alek Thomas. First 2 games in a Dodger uniform at the Ravine this weekend. Back-to-back games with an RBI.
Absolutely phenomenal work by Alek Thomas. Guy has played in the World Series. Guy knows how to play in a playoff scenario and for a playoff team and for a World Series team. I thought when the Dodgers picked him up, I kind of laughed at first going like, well, he's going to be in AAA. That is, he's going to be stuck. I don't know how he's going to get up there barring injury. And, of course, injuries come into play all the time, especially with the Los Angeles Dodgers, as we've seen. It's been an injury ward all season long. He comes up and makes an immediate impact. And I knew he would the moment they signed him. He's exactly the type of guy you want on this team. He can do just about anything you want. 2 games in, 2 RBIs, making an immediate impact. What can I say?
Here's how it sounded on a Sunday inside Dodger Stadium as Alek Thomas added on to that Dodger lead.
On a 1-1 from Majinski, Thomas hits it hard and through. Here comes Tommy Edman. Valdez overruns the ball, and it's 2-0 Dodgers on a 2-out hit from Alek Thomas.
Sportsnet LA on the call. Of course, Joe Davis delivering the goods. And Fish, we talked about this entering the weekend. What would the reception be back at Dodger Stadium for one Kyle Tucker? We did see the standing O on Friday night. He went 0 for 4, but some positivity for Tucker. Back-to-back games with a hit at home, including what was the 2 RBI single in the bottom of the 5th on Saturday that ended up being the game-winning runs. Do you think the standing ovation is to thank for Kyle Tucker starting to find it at the plate at Dodger Stadium?
It's a good question. I mean, it's something that, Cody mentioned a couple months ago, like with, Philadelphia, I think, did it last year, a couple seasons ago.
Yeah.
My thing is, if it becomes kind of predictable and you kind of do it just because, then I don't know if it feels the same for the player. Mm-hmm. It's always nice to hear and feel appreciated regardless of the timing. But I'm not sure, how Kyle Tucker actually feels, if he feels like it's almost like a pity standing ovation as opposed to an appreciation standing ovation. Either way, he got 2 hits.
Something happened.
And it's not as though he hasn't been trying to hit the ball, but sometimes, weirdly, it just takes one thing to kind of get you going back in the right direction. And if a little bit of that appreciation was a part of it, then you take it and run with it.
Quickly here, would you have liked that at Dodger Stadium?
Yes.
The standing O?
Yes.
You were a fan of it?
I called for this 2 months ago.
You're
Where the hell have all you people been? Max Muncy said it on a podcast last week.
Yeah.
Dodger fans need to listen to what these players are saying. This guy's struggling. He's having a rough go. Support your guy. Well, the amount of backlash this guy's gotten has been nauseating. So, cheer for him. Get him a good feeling going. And look at that. 2 games, 2 RBIs. Very, very impactful games. Now, did he have monster games? No. On the series, he had 2 hits. But they were important hits and impactful hits. And he also worked a pretty important walk and came around and scored that at bat as well.
He did.
So let's be real clear. Is he playing amazing? No. But support your goddamn guy, LA.
Booed last Sunday against the Brewers. Yesterday, though, he had a base knock and scored a run for the Dodgers as they complete the sweep against the Pirates. The Rams in action in SoFi on Saturday in preseason week 2, where they hope to end the year in a Super Bowl. We update the backup quarterback battle between Stetson Bennett and Ty Simpson up next here on D-Fish and Decker.
In a world where you can book a trip anywhere, one man booked a trip to Hawaii in the middle of a goddamn hurricane. The one and only Cody Decker.
Yeah.
Wow.
There he is. Pitch black outside. I heard rumor has it he slept out there.
So, Cody, do you think it's just bad luck, or is it just a sign of the times that your first vacation in more than a year comes in the middle of Hurricane Lila?
One, I would appreciate this hostile work environment to calm down just a tick. This is my first time I've been not working in a full year, and I walked it right into, as Raj put it very, very eloquently, into a goddamn hurricane. And yes, this has been nuts. Absolutely nuts over here. But listen, the weather has calmed down a little bit. We are better. We are better. We are better. It is humid as hell, though.
Who had a better weekend? Cody Decker out in Hawaii or Kyle Tucker inside Dodger Stadium?
Well, I got to tell you, I would say it's Kyle Tucker, and I'll tell you why. He didn't have to watch Kyle Tucker the way I had to watch Kyle Tucker this last weekend in a hurricane. It was awful. He was awful at the plate, 0 for 17. He was awful in the field. Now, granted, a tough play towards the right field wall, but, buddy, we're paying $60 million a year. Run into a goddamn wall every once in a while.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension at 32. I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face to face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am, way more athletic. And I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season. Yeah. And so he walks into the room, and everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook it, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So, yeah, that's my Dodgers story.
Which Cy Young ace do you trust more on the Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen? Do you trust Tarik Skubal or Blake Snell? And I'll give you my answer right now. Of course I trust Blake Snell more. It's a man that's pitched in multiple World Series now, not only for the Dodgers, but for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's won 2 Cy Youngs the same way Tarik Skubal has. Tarik Skubal hasn't had the opportunity to pitch deep into an October. This is going to be potentially his first real opportunity. Doesn't mean I don't trust Tarik Skubal. Absolutely do. He's had about a B+ start and a B- start for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But first game out of the microneedling surgery for Blake Snell, it was an A+. A+ start, A+ stuff. I can't stress enough how encouraging isn't even the word. Encouraging is that he threw 85 pitches. Incredible is that he dominated.
We were up 24 points at the half, I think, or in the second quarter.
That was game 5, right? In LA?
So much trash.
No, that was game 4.
But that was game 4. Okay.
When we had a chance to tie the series up 2-2.
Right.
And, we got up big early. And I think they cut it to maybe 18 at the half after being up 24. The reason why it's so hurtful is when I checked out of the game in the third quarter, we were up by 13 points. And by the time I checked back in the game, and I don't coach the team, so by the time I checked back into the game, we're down by 5. So we were minus 18.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here watching us lose this lead.
Oh, it must be frustrating.
And that was like the one time. I was always a guy that did what the coach asked me to do. But that was the one time I almost went and checked myself back in the game.
I heard that.
I wish you did, man. I wish you did. Is this the best city for head coaches right now? Because really think about it. We got Sean McVay, who is like this inspirational type of leader. JJ Redick, who is more of kind of a fiery type of leader. Dave Roberts, who is more of the Mr. Rogers type of leader. Jim Harbaugh, who is a little bit
see, that was a complete game. You guys did a great job. All 3 phases, really putting it together. Not to be taken for granted, man, but awesome job. So proud of everybody in here. Stetson Bennett, get a breakdown.
Sean McVay hyped on a Saturday afternoon in the locker room at SoFi Stadium. We welcome you back to a Monday morning here on D. Fish and Decker. McVay hyped because the Rams pitched a shutout in their second preseason game, their first inside SoFi in Los Angeles against the New Orleans Saints, winning 34-zip. And he had Stetson Bennett get the breakdown, guys, because Stetson Bennett played the entirety of the first half and looked darn good. Led a scoring possession in his final 4 drives of the opening half, 19 of 31, 181 yards, and showing off the legs did Stetson Bennett. 2 rushing touchdowns in the opening 2 quarters as well. Cody, we have talked often about really the only positional battle for the Los Angeles Rams, which is why they are such hefty Super Bowl favorites, is who is going to be the backup QB behind Matthew Stafford following 2 preseason games and what we saw Saturday at SoFi. Do you think Stetson Bennett is ever so slightly in front of Ty Simpson?
To me, it's not even really a question. I think it's absolutely Stetson Bennett, mainly because this is a Super Bowl set team. team. Period. Stop. This is not a team built for the future. It's a team that's always built for right now. Ty Simpson, built for the future. Right now, this team needs to win now. So Stetson Bennett has shown, and I'm not going to get all bogged down by the stats because, again, it's a preseason game, and as much as everyone wants to sit here and count the validity of all the stats in preseason games, I'm sorry, I'm not there with you. The only thing I want to see out of preseason games is efficiency and seeing what they can just do with their bodies. And quite frankly, Stetson Bennett, as you said, with his legs a little bit, and just the full-on efficiency of how he played, running that offense, says to me right then and there, he is your backup quarterback. That being said, who knows what we're going to see this year? It all really comes down to the health of Matthew Stafford. If Matthew Stafford is healthy, this is one of the biggest moot points that's ever existed. If Matthew Stafford is not healthy, which of course is always on the cards when it comes to Matthew Stafford, I'd be shocked if it's not Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, Stetson Bennett, I think, after 2 games has that lead and he has the experience. Ty Simpson played the entirety of the second half. Fish, he was pretty good, 8 of 12, 73 yards. We have talked about the excitement of preseason games for these young guys on the roster. We did not see a single starter for the Los Angeles Rams on Saturday against the Saints. Ty Simpson in his home debut, so to say, inside SoFi Stadium. How did it look to you playing against that Saints backup defense in the second half?
No, I mean, Stetson Bennett is a winner. I mean, when you think about his history and his story, like to be a guy that basically walked on to the football team and then later became back-to-back national champion of the football team that he walked on to.
Indeed.
It kind of tells you all you need to know about his makeup mentally and how willing he is to just grind and kind of figure out how to solve problems and win football games. Those are the type of guys you want on your roster for sure. When was he signed in the offseason? Or he was there last year?
Stetson was drafted by the Rams and then has dealt with some off-the-field mental health issues, so he was away from the organization, but has basically been there on the roster, practice squad behind Jimmy Garoppolo. So he's the guy with the experience, of course, in front of Ty Simpson, who is a rookie in the 13th overall pick last April. Yeah.
Well, the reason why I wanted to ask that question, though, is because the conversation around Ty Simpson became a thing because people read into Sean McVay's reaction and, then all the conversation about, well, did they meet or not meet and was this set up and they were just trying to be quiet about who they wanted to draft. What does this mean about Matthew Stafford, et cetera, et cetera. And if Stetson Bennett was already on the roster, that's the guy that on draft night was like, okay. Y'all gonna draft another quarterback, huh? Like I'm not even here.
They could have said the same thing with the whole Jimmy Garoppolo signing as well. But here's the thing. You mentioned this, and this is where I not necessarily pushed back, but read into his facial expressions. No. He made those facial expressions, Sean McVay did.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, but read into what they mean.
It felt dramatic because of that post-first round press conference with Sean and Les not exactly seeing eye to eye and McVay looking less than enthused about the selection of Simpson.
Yeah, but again, like it's as a coach, he's sitting there like it's not about Ty Simpson. It's about I had a football team that I think can win the Super Bowl right now. Why draft me a player that is not going to play for me?
See, that I agree with.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when I mean read into the reaction, everybody always tries to go and say, he thinks Ty Simpson isn't the right guy to select.
Yes.
That's not necessarily what he's thinking as a football coach. He's saying, man, with the 13th pick, we could have maybe got one of the best edge rushers in college football.
See, I would totally agree with that.
We could have got somebody positionally, maybe an elite offensive lineman to protect Matthew Stafford on whatever that he felt like his football team was in need of, but not necessarily a backup quarterback that may not see the field for 24 months, depending on how long Matthew Stafford is healthy.
Because seriously, I never looked into it as an anti-Ty Simpson thing. I looked at it exactly how you just described it right there, D-Fish. This was not what he wanted, and how I can honestly confirm it without confirming it is simply by his reaction, because you just heard him right there after that game. Every interview we've ever seen with Sean McVay, he's Patrick Bateman. He's like a coked up dude in 1986 on Wall Street screaming about how powerful he is at all times. That wasn't him on draft night. That on him was a man who was morose and looked like he got kicked in the teeth.
Yeah, which again, I don't like disagree with how it looked from the outside. I just think what happens oftentimes is we then want to like attach our meaning to it or our perspective without like, let's wait until the man says what happened and why he looked that way and why he thought that way.
Which he still hasn't.
It immediately became, oh, well, you know, this is about.
He hates Ty Simpson.
Yeah. Like he's not the guy.
But I think what you're bringing up there and what you alluded to as well was a really sound point for a lot of Rams fans, believing that if this Rams team was going to contend for a Lombardi trophy, why use that 13th overall pick on a quarterback of the future and not a guy like Mekhi Lemon out of USC who is sitting there when you need an additional piece in that wide receiver room. And that's where you kind of look at how this preseason and training camp plays out, where now the quarterback conversation is back into the fold because you are trying to figure out the backup because of how loaded the rest of the roster is.
Right, but then I would now I'm flipping my hat to the GM side of it.
Okay.
Like now I'm
Be
less
less need.
need. So Matthew Stafford, older veteran quarterback who ended up playing much more football and at an MVP level than maybe it looked like early in the year when every week there was a questionable status on the injury report on whether he was even going to play. So you're going into an offseason. We just talked about Stetson Bennett navigating some of the things in terms of mental health and being on the roster, but not necessarily a guy that we can pin our hopes on if we want to win a Super Bowl going into 2026. So you're sitting there on draft night or leading up to the draft saying, we got a veteran quarterback who, just was the NFL MVP, but that in reality may only be playing for another year or two or whatever. So, and our guy that was our backup this past year on paper isn't necessarily as available as we'd like him to be. We know Stetson Bennett is a winner, but he hasn't been as available just due to some of the challenges that a lot of us face.
Yeah.
So maybe we need to draft a quarterback just in case Matthew Stafford isn't physically available and Stetson Bennett isn't mentally or emotionally as ready to be the guy that we saw him be over the weekend. So if you're sitting there in that scenario, it makes sense to draft a quarterback as a guy running the team in terms of roster construction.
And I think when you look at how this now is played out in training camp and in the preseason, that's what they are trying to figure out. I think early when Les Snead made this draft decision at the end of April, it was also a, hey guys, we are a Super Bowl loaded roster. But when Matthew Stafford decides to hang it up and call it a career, we do not want to lose that Super Bowl window. And we have seen then a few months later, the blockbuster acquisition of Myles Garrett. When you elsewhere look at this Rams roster, a name that everybody should know, C.J. Daniels, a guy that L.A. traded up for late on day 3 of the draft in late April, out of LSU via Miami as well. He had 8 grabs in that game, Cody Decker, and looked like there was some great relationship building with both Stetson Bennett and Ty Simpson. C.J. Daniels is a guy that many will look at this year because the Rams kind of need to figure out who that third wide receiver option is. A lot of tight ends and a lot of depth in that room. C.J. Daniels, a name to know for Rams fans following preseason week 2.
Well, you already said it right there. They traded up to get him. The end. But to go back on the Ty Simpson of it all, the reason why I've always been confused by the Ty Simpson draft altogether, not only what D. Fish just said, you could have gotten a guy that's kind of game ready right now. It's very much a juxtaposition pick considering what the Rams are. They're the F them picks team. They're the team that does not care about the future, yet they made a draft pick in the first round, of which they don't have a lot of first round draft picks over the next decade, to a guy technically for the future. It's almost like speaking out of both sides of your mouth a little bit. I see the point in getting the quarterback with the backup quarterback with mental health issues, with the starting quarterback with the injury history, but it's just interesting that that's the route they went rather than going to get a third veteran type of QB that could be a win now type of guy.
Well, let's come back to that though, because if you don't have future first round draft picks, you got to draft a guy now. That you're not going to be able to draft 5 years from now.
But is that the guy? That's the new question.
Where the quarterback position is, you're not going to have any more draft picks the rest of this decade to get a good quarterback.
And I think that was the thought process for Les Snead and that Rams front office. We will continue that conversation later on throughout the show. Adam Silver is going to solve the Buss family drama. We'll tell you what we need to know on the other side of the break here on D. Fish and Decker.
more on the fiery side. Ty Lue, who is just like the meticulous, calculated side. It's like we have such an interesting dynamic of head coaches here in Los Angeles. And what's amazing is they're all good and or great, and they are all very different.
You know, there's more than one way to skin a cat. The common denominator is the city and the expectations that come with playing and coaching here. That's what kind of brings all of those guys into like the same bucket. Different sports, different types of teams, different sets of expectations from year to year. We're not expecting the Clippers to necessarily win a championship. We're not expecting the Chargers to necessarily win the Super Bowl. There's still like an expectation that comes with playing in this city, coaching in this city. Philly, New York, Chicago get a lot of credit thrown their way for being blue collar, hard-working towns. And so then their fans kind of show up to the games with that expectation. If you play hard and you compete and fans really feel like you're giving everything you have in those cities and towns, like that's all they're asking basically. Fans in LA don't always get that credit. Fans in LA or fans of LA teams also want those same things. They want to know that you're emptying your tank to try to figure out how to win and that the team is just as important as you are. Like you think about the history of our sports teams, Kings, Lakers, Rams, et cetera, like all the things that have been accomplished historically. Yeah, fans have an expectation. And so when you think about those coaches, coaching here is different because that's the expectation. And it may not be as loud and sound as dangerous as it does in Philly or New York, et cetera, but the expectations from the fans are definitely.
The Dodgers a few years back had an outfielder named Andrew Toles, a good, solid player they got from the Rays organization. Smaller guy, fast, speedy, can really just play. And he played for the Dodgers on and off for a couple of years. And there were rumors about the guy that he was wired a little differently, like really wired a little differently, and the Dodgers had to kind of keep tabs on him type of thing. Well, after he left baseball, he kind of went off the deep end, ended up being like homeless in a car, and the Dodgers found out about it. So the Dodgers have been signing him to a contract every year, but it's only to get him health insurance, so he's getting his mental health taken care of. That is just the Dodgers doing that out of the kindness of their heart, and that is a really awesome thing, just because he was one of their guys. As a guy that played professional baseball for a lot of years, I've never seen an organization do that for.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and be a part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right? Yeah. Then you saw them play the Cavs, and it was like, man, they've struck like this lightning in a bottle. Like, when it happens, and you can just see it like, oh, no, something's brewing with them that's different. And, they found it. But, I find this thing interesting because, to your point, you said you've been in it where people doubted you.
Oh, yeah.
And the reality is we all get mad when people doubt us.
Yeah.
And then we win it and we're like, yeah, you shouldn't have doubted me. But the reality is you never won before. They should doubt us. As an athlete, the competitive fire burning inside of you, you use the doubt as fuel. But the reality is you're the crazy one if you think you shouldn't be doubted. You haven't done it. And I was the crazy one before as well. Like, no, don't doubt me. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
But
I love it.
it's nothing like proving them wrong.
Be sure to check out the Draymond Green Show, proud member of the Odyssey family. So you have been a part of some of the most talented rosters ever assembled in the NBA. And you look at the Knicks, you got Jalen Brunson, you have Cat, but that is a team that may not necessarily be star-driven. Does the Knicks winning lead you to believe that maybe there's a shift in what roster construction?
We welcome you back to a Monday morning here on D. Fish and Decker, alongside five-time NBA champion Derek Fisher, former Major League Baseball player in Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. Pleased to have you here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Of course, one of the main storylines in Los Angeles the last week and a half, you and I were together when the news broke 2 Wednesdays ago that Mark Walter was selling his majority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers. Last week, we got the Buss family feud and the drama between Jeannie and her siblings has been ownership drama and chaos around the Los Angeles Lakers. A further update over the weekend from Tom Friend of Sports Business Journal. Basically, kind of guessing or alluding to the idea that NBA Commissioner Adam Silver is expected to step in to try to help calm things down from the Hollywood drama that has been playing out with Lakers ownership. If the situation not exactly clear-cut, D-Fish, but it is expected that Commissioner Silver, who has always been close with Jeannie Buss, will try to help smooth over the Buss family chaos. Notably, throughout this entire week and a half that has been chaotic, we have not received a statement from the NBA. But what we know is that the league office does not love a ton of chaos and changing hands of ownership all that regularly. What do you think Adam Silver can do in trying to help the Buss family really iron out this feud and the infighting they have had within their family in terms of selling that minority stake?
Well, I'm not sure necessarily what he can do. I do believe the attempt will be to try and kind of calm the waters a little bit around. Like, it's not good for business for there to be, this type of narrative and chaos around owning an NBA team. There's two parts of the conversation. One part is how quickly, the Lakers were flipped and sold, right? That's one part that hasn't historically been the case in all of pro sports, but specifically with the NBA. You kind of now have seen on the heels of it, the Minnesota Timberwolves also, Mark Lowry, also kind of quickly sold his majority shares, but at least with his, they've tied his interest in focusing on other business, and I think he has an IPO that he's focusing on with outside business that he wants to be locked in on. So that kind of makes sense. And so I think for the commissioner and trying to help figure out this situation with the Lakers, I think it's just also trying to bring an objective perspective on the situation. As we all know, man, anytime family's involved, you start to lose some objectivity with decisions. You're not thinking as clearly, due to some of the family things as opposed to what's actually best for the business, best for the company, best for the brand. And so he'll probably try and bring some of that objectivity to the conversation. And I would also quickly add, I just don't know if the NBA is better off without, the Buss family still having some ties to the league. Like, I just don't know if any league ultimately is better when you just completely start to lose every person that's ever been involved in building it, just kind of disappears and are no longer around at all in some capacity. So we'll see. Adam Silver's a very balanced person. Like, he emotion isn't really what drives him. So hopefully he can bring some objectivity to these conversations.
I honestly think this is just a PR move. this is nothing. There's nothing he can do. It'd be lovely if he can get in there and have cooler heads prevail. We're talking about billionaires and billions of dollars in an ownership stake of a team that one is clearly has much more of an emotional stake into in Jeannie Buss because she has been the governor of this team. She's been running this team for so many years. And the other two who, frankly, it seemed like had no problem just sticking it to her with this situation. Now, whether or not that's the case or not, that's what the optics are. And I'm not sure what Adam Silver can do other than, I'm getting involved because he needs to make sure that the NBA is insulated from the situation a little bit. This has smelled like crap from day one. And by the way, we're not even close to scratching the surface of how ugly this can get. But if Adam Silver wants to inject himself as a character in season 5 of Succession right now, have at it. Adorable. I think it's going to be great. I think the bigger problem is when we start looking back into the new ownership of the Lakers because it's opened up so many questions about Mark Walters. I can't wait for people to start asking questions about Thrive. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, this is a very interesting and complicated situation because, of course, there is the majority sale from Mark Walter to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. And although Stan Kasten told reporters on Friday evening at Dodger Stadium, the Dodgers are not up for sale. Their only focus is winning. Continued reporting and investigation into Walter's finances might contradict that idea and, of course, has Los Angeles and sports ownership on some very unstable ground. But then, Cody, there is the minority stake, the 17.8% that still remains under the Buss family. Jeannie wants to hold on to it. Her other 5 siblings want to sell and cash out on that minority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers. What's your read on the Buss family and how this is going to play out in the next few months or maybe a year or so?
I cross the T's, dot the I's, make sure how much power that Jeannie still maintains. I don't know how she's going to be able to ward off everybody. Based on what I've read on her attorney's statement is that she has the final say on it. Others say otherwise. This is going to come down to a judge or an arbitrator at some point. I don't know how Jeannie Buss is going to be involved at all because it seemed like the new owners, after their real lovely statement where they're like, oh, yeah, we can't wait to keep her on forever. Oh, you mean you can sell us the rest? Yeah, we'll get her out of there immediately. Dude, this is going to only get uglier. This is not going to get better. This is going to get worse. And now we're going to add judges and arbitrators in this. This is going to be an absolute nightmare. I hope everybody's strapped in and ready.
Yeah, the chaos is far from over, even if Adam Silver plays a role. But, D-Fish, you think the NBA is trying to calm the waters here because, of course, having the Buss family still involved with the purple and gold is good for the association. And I think that's a really interesting component for a lot of Laker fans that have said, we can't imagine the Los Angeles Lakers without a Buss family member still involved in helping out this ownership group, regardless of what that looks like. From an NBA perspective, what do you think they have been thinking the last week and a half watching all of this chaos and drama play out here in LA?
Well, I mean, the NBA is the entire league. I think as the commissioner of the league, like Adam Silver can have, he can have a perspective and an approach on a situation that isn't necessarily like on behalf of the entire league, even though he represents the league. Mm-hmm. Like he can also care about what's happening, and want to see if he can, possibly, help with a bit more of a positive approach to the situation. Also would add, he's, the commissioners of leagues are hired by the owners.
Yeah.
Like they get paid a good amount of money to be the person that manages and runs the league on their behalf because they have other businesses and other things that they do that's not their wheelhouse. And it's a club that you have to be invited into and or approved to be a part of. So I don't want us to get confused in thinking there haven't been other people that have offered lots of money to buy sports teams that have just been told, no, you're not welcome in our club, period. They don't have to explain why. They don't have to give you a cute reason why they didn't approve your deal or your offer. You're just not invited. Not saying that could happen in this scenario specifically, but it could happen. Ultimately, if there's a feeling that, like, hey, it's not in the league's best interest that this deal goes through as it was constructed, because most of the time the deals aren't necessarily agreed upon directly between two parties without the league's initial involvement.
Mm-hmm.
So is it possible that the commissioner is also just trying to learn how this happened, the timing of it,
right?
What the family's understanding is of what their rights are, et cetera, before taking a position on behalf of the league to say, we approve, we're okay with this, or we're not, depending on how this impacts everybody.
And it is a really interesting component because, as reported, this happened in 72 hours. Mark Walter's sale to Iger and Kushner, and, of course, what is continuing to happen with the Buss family. Cody, this all still needs to be ratified. The majority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers still needs to be ratified at the next NBA Board of Governors meeting that some anticipate happening in a few weeks in the middle of September.
I mean, it's going to get done. I mean, as he just mentioned, it's going to be what's best for the league. And quite frankly, I think every owner will unanimously vote yes on this right out the gate because look what this team is now valued at. $12.5 billion. What does that do for the valuations for the rest of the teams?
Yeah,
is that good or bad? In my opinion, not.
I don't know. I think what we have to keep in mind, and I want you to continue. You have to be careful though, because if you own a certain percentage of the team, and somebody can just go flip and sell the team and then push you out, you may not be on board with that.
Very fair. But then again, the Lakers are in a unique situation considering the fact that the family sold the team a year ago. Now, were they aware that Mark Walters was going to sell the team within 1 year? Probably not, considering how the infighting's going with the last 17.5%. This is ugly. And like I said, I only think it's going to get uglier.
Yeah, there is still a lot to be decided in terms of Lakers ownership. It did seem as though the Los Angeles Lakers, at least the basketball players, had a great weekend in Slovenia. Wish I was involved in that trip. You guys?
No, I'm good.
Okay. You don't want to be in your Slovenian summer?
No, I'm
I got
good.
places
All
to be.
right. Well,
good.
you were in Hawaii. I would have had a great... Luca, if you ever do it again, I would love to come.
I live
More
in
on the
Santa Monica,
Dodgers sweep of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and 1 hour 2 starts next.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's going to be...
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are going to be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
I can tell you the answer to that. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some people
all celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it, but get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question.
Pau Gasol arrives. Oh yeah. Now we're on to something. I mean, Kobe may have knew. I didn't know. I remember saying to Kobe, like, I felt like we had enough. Like, even before Pau arrived, there's enough there. Was it a championship team? Probably not, but can't think that. You have to feel like every time you step on the court, you can win. And then when Pau came, it became easier to think that because of how great he was. So now Kobe's leadership in terms of Pau, Phil's relationship with Pau and getting the best from him, all of those things kind of evolved. And Phil couldn't treat Pau the same way he treated Kobe. Now we have a new all-star Hall of Fame level player. I can't coach him the same. I need to get to know him more. We know kind of how Pau is wired. The way I need to hold him accountable is going to look different than it does for somebody else. That's leadership. That's not being preferential or differential in your...
Once again, Edwin Diaz doing his Edwin Diaz thing. And here's the thing. I am a fan of Edwin Diaz. I think he's a very solid pitcher. And yes, if you look at his career numbers, he has elite closer metrics. He absolutely does. High leverage innings, shutdown innings. He holds the record. Tides hold the record for most saves in a single season, in fact, when he did it in 2018 with the Mariners. But I've also seen full year collapses on this guy. And I'm talking multi-year. We saw it with the Mets twice, by the way. We also saw the injured year that he had with the Mets. Now he's over here with the Dodgers, and he's been very shaky from Jump Street, before even the microneedling surgery even had. I have not been quiet that I didn't like this deal. In fact, the Dodgers made two very big deals this last offseason in Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. I didn't like either deal. It comes to fruition that both of these guys happen to be the biggest struggle bust players on the Dodgers, both on the pitching side and the offensive side. So it's a little frustrating to see. I do hear the people kind of pointing the finger at Dave Roberts, saying, why are you throwing him back out there? However, we saw him have a very, very efficient 12-pitch inning earlier this week. However, you can't be blowing saves to the Brewers this late in the season. You just can't. So the way I see it, I think an adjustment does need to be made. It's just hard to justify considering how much you're paying. This surgery might have saved Blake Snell's career. You have to understand, when you talk about losing feeling in your fingers, that is a bigger problem than you actually think. Remember the manufactured controversy of the sticky stuff that we were dealing with? That was a very manufactured thing. Now, were players using spider tack and things like that? Yes. Have they always used spider tack and things like that? Yes. Why do they use that? Because it limits the amount of pressure you need to put on the baseball, which actually helps your health. Tommy John surgeries are not because you're throwing your elbow out. Tommy John surgeries is because there's a connective chain from your UCL directly to your fingertips, and there is a direct correlation on the pressure you put on the baseball down into your elbow.
Rise and shine, Los Angeles. It is hour number 2 on this Monday morning on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Alongside Lakers great Derek Fisher, Major League Baseball veteran Cody Decker, I am Ben Stevens. Glad to be with you here on this Monday to start off a new week on D. Fish and Decker. 855-975-2326. Your reactions to a weekend at Dodger Stadium in which the Dodgers sweep the Pirates and take all 3 against the Buccos, ahead of a huge midweek set in Atlanta on the horizon following an off day for the Dodgers. Hop in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA as well. Raj, do we have a poll out there for the people this morning in terms of the YouTube chat?
Oh, of course. Oh, Crash said we don't have a poll. Of course we got a poll. We always got a poll because all 3 aces went this weekend, fellas. And we've talked about it before in this show, but since they all went, I wanted to see what the people were thinking again, including you guys. After all 3 aces, Dodger aces pitched this weekend, who do you trust in a must-win game? It wasn't this close. It was close last time. This time, guys, it is a landslide. 71% of the peoples agree with Cody Decker, and they want Yamamoto as the man on the mound.
In fairness, I did see that you guys did this poll last week because I was watching the show at the time.
Yeah.
I did see that Yamamoto won that poll as well, but
barely. Like I said, it was close, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, close.
But how close? That was my question, because I don't remember the actual final on that.
Let's see, Crash might have some
I think it was around about high 50s, low 60s, something.
Oh, so 65. Okay, so it was still 65, yeah. I thought, okay, it was close early, and then he pulled away late. So second is 21% Skubal, who I voted for because I don't know, I just think he's a true ace. And then unreal. Snell got 7% of the vote. So, of course, you can still vote, keeping it open for a little while longer.
And listen, we saw all 3 of those guys this weekend. It was Yoshi first on Friday. A no decision, but he was sensational, 6 1/3, only allowing 2 earned. We saw Tarik Skubal in his 3rd Dodger Stadium start pick up his first Dodger win. After allowing 3 in the first frame, he retires 17 of his final 18 batters that he faced and went 7 innings, his longest start as a Dodger. And then, guys, yesterday it was Blake Snell. 6 innings of shutout work. Cody, we were together when Snellzilla made his return for the first time since early May. He has looked every bit of Snellzilla now in all 3 outings since that return and missing more than 3 months following that nano needle surgery.
Just knowing that this guy is pain-free is just killer. This guy has been a Cy Young Award winner in significant pain for the last couple of years.
Couldn't feel his fingers.
Couldn't feel his fingers. On his shoulder problems caused by, and I've never heard of a shoulder problem caused by an elbow injury before. That's like a brand new thing that I've ever heard. But getting this microneedling surgery for him has been a godsend. And he's looked astonishingly good. Now, like if we're just going off this small sample size, I would say Blake Snell is my go-to guy, but I'm not willing to do that just considering the fact that Yamamoto has shown his absolute longevity, his health history, and what he can do in the playoffs alone is my answer 10 out of 10 times. It wouldn't matter who else you put on there. You could put Satchel Paige on there. I'm going Yamamoto.
What? The World Series MVP from last year, who pitched in Game 7, of which I rewatched, by the way, on Friday night.
You know, there are better things to do on a Friday night.
So listen, the wife was away. I was literally by myself on the couch.
Reason to get out
that
the
is
streets.
the worst thing to say out loud. Continue.
I disagree with you guys. I think as a man that bleeds Dodger Blue here on the new 97.1, the fan, the voice of LA sports, you would want your guys
Even
to
Fish
know
is
everything.
disappointed with you.
D-Fish was probably watching the rewatch of Game 7.
No,
You know what?
I wasn't.
You were too busy, Packers and whoever they were playing on Friday night watching NFL preseason football. You know he's been hosting preseason watch parties at the Fisher residence?
That does not surprise me one bit. Thanks for the invite, buddy. That's so cool.
You were in Hawaii.
Well,
or you
in
were
a hurricane.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, all those things.
I would have come home for that.
For sure.
You didn't miss anything.
Okay,
It didn't
Well,
happen.
Fernando Mendoza's second game. Yeah.
More importantly, what we really didn't miss was why on a Friday night when your wife's out of town would you watch Game 7 of last year's World Series?
So I am adjusting to a new sleep schedule here in the mornings to be alongside both of you on D, Fish, and Decker. I was a little bit tired by the time around 7:30, 8 p.m. came my way on Friday. So when I'm sitting on the couch watching a little bit of Yoshi starting, I'm thinking to myself, man, this guy has been so good. And we had the conversation, who is the true ace? I want to go back and feel all the feels and watch Game 7 of the World Series. I wanted to see every moment. I wanted to see when Yamamoto came in the ninth inning with only one out and the bases jacked against him in relief of Blake Snell. And let me tell you, Cody Decker, I felt all of the feels. I felt all of the emotions. Miggy Rojas in the solo shot in the top of the ninth. Pages, who, by the way, was inserted into center field. That was his first action of Game 7.
I remember.
As he bulls over Kike Hernandez to make the play. And then, of course, Will Smith with the solo home run in the top of the 11th. I felt everything. It was like rewatching the Dodgers win a third consecutive World Series.
Insane thing to say out loud. Insane. When your wife is not in town on a Friday night,
what am I going to do?
Your choice is to stay
I like hanging
home.
out.
No, hang out is good. But you're down in Hermosa Beach, son.
Yep.
Go to Vista. Go to Tower 12. Do anything.
Yeah. I chose to watch the rewatch of Game 7 of the World Series.
Choice.
I think I made a great decision.
Smart man being smart man.
Yeah, listen, I enjoy hanging out with the wife when she's gone. I've got free time. A lot of that free time I like spend watching sports.
I'm surrounded by insane people.
Yeah. You did tell me I should watch Lanterns, though.
You
so
should
maybe I'll
watch
dip
Lanterns.
into that a little bit more.
I can't stress enough.
as well.
Everyone should watch Lanterns. That show is unreal.
What is Lanterns?
Oh, D-Fish. Lanterns on HBO Max.
You've got time today, right?
Green Lantern TV show. You right in between like two of your tee shots.
Yeah.
Fit in an episode of Lanterns. You won't be upset.
It's a superhero. It's about Green Lantern,
Green
right?
Lantern.
Yeah. Kyle Chandler is one of the lead actors in it, and he's sensational.
I heard about it. Okay. Now
It's good.
Okay.
Oh, it's good.
855-975-2326, by the way. We have given you our take that we all three here on this desk agree that Yoshinobu Yamamoto should be that starter that the Dodgers trust most, or at least get the slight nod as it comes to beginning the postseason for the Dodgers in Game 1. Chris from Los Angeles joining us here on this Monday on D, Fish, and Decker. Chris, you were in attendance on Friday night at the Ravine to watch Yamamoto. What did you see?
I was. No, I was there for, and more importantly, though, to watch the standing ovation for Kyle Tucker. See, D-Fish, I told you that's all they needed, man, was to give him a little standing ovation. He ended up knocking in a couple of big runs for us. But, in all honesty, the one of those hits he got over the weekend, the infield was pulled in. But still, as I said, it's better to do it instead of not doing it. So that was cool.
Chris.
And look, one other thing I want to say, though, is
go ahead,
how great are the Dodgers when we have that poll question, when we have a choice of all those incredible arms to throw out there. Most teams, who the starter is in a big game. But, I mean, God, we have 3 or 4 we can choose from. So how lucky are we?
I think that's the whole point, Chris. I think you summed it up well, and I think Dodger fans got that vision this weekend, as did you. Let me ask a follow-up, Chris. Did everybody in your section at Dodger Stadium on Friday know they were going to give Kyle Tucker that standing ovation for his first at-bat, or did you lead the charge?
Oh, no, it was crazy. So I told my daughter, I gave her the setup, from just listening to the radio. And I actually forgot about it. He came up and she bumped me and was like, hey, Dad, look, they're standing. And it was a cool feeling. I'm not going to lie. It was the whole stadium. They did it when he first went out to the field to field his position, and then when he came to bat. So it was good. I'm just thinking as an athlete, it's got to feel better having people cheering and clapping for you than booing you. So, we'll see how it goes. But I think it might help him out a little bit here.
And it certainly did. Friday night, still 0 for. Saturday night, snapping an 0 for 26 hitless streak at the Ravine with a 2 RBI single in the bottom of the fifth. It would be the game-winning runs for the Los Angeles Dodgers. So they did it. At the Ravine on Friday night, a standing ovation. Let's get back to this ace conversation. Having seen Yamamoto and Skubal and, of course, Blake Snell yesterday, you mentioned how Snellzilla has lived up to the hype in his return since early May, how he has feeling again in 2 of those 5 fingers on his left pitching hand. He had 6 scoreless yesterday, except Blake Snell himself was not all that pleased with his own outing. Here's what Snellzilla had to say.
It just got to be better. Got to be in his zone more, get first pitch strike, land off speed. Seeing their game plan against me, I should have adjusted quicker. Just I got a lot to work on still.
Is that what?
You like hearing that from Snellzilla? Sure.
I appreciate a guy holding himself accountable after having a dominant performance. It's really great. Listen, Blake Snell can do and say whatever the hell he wants, as long as he gives me outings like that. This weekend was phenomenal. It was a great eye-opener. I thought the most important game of the weekend was unquestionably, for me, Tarik Skubal, mainly just getting that first win under his belt as a Dodger. He pitched more than well enough in his first 2 performances to actually get a win. The Dodgers' offense let him down. In fact, I've been waiting weeks for the offense to actually wake up, of which they did in a big way in Colorado. That being said, I know everybody's like, well, that's Colorado. You're not going to see Colorado in the playoffs. Okay. Well, they go after a pretty good pitching staff over there in Pittsburgh, which, by the way, that is the one redeeming quality over there in Pittsburgh, is their pitching staff. Got the job done against them. Now, granted, also not a playoff team. Going up against the Atlanta Braves in Atlanta is going to be one hell of a test. Now, it's not going to be make or break. Yes, we're going to be mitigating all the people panicking and freaking out if the Dodgers lose the series or win the series just barely. But at the end of the day, this is a phenomenal, well-oiled machine right now, as long as they hit, because I have no doubt the Dodgers are going to pitch.
A 4-game advantage now for the Dodgers following the sweep of the Buccos, and a 6-game win streak for Los Angeles, matching their longest this season in front of Atlanta for the 2 spot in the National League, and of course the bye past the opening round in the wild card series. D-Fish, 6 scoreless innings out of Blake Snell last night, 6 punch-outs. He's got a 1 ERA in his 3 outings since his return from the IL in early May. What do you make of his mentality, still saying he needs to be better following what we saw yesterday against Pittsburgh?
Well, I mean, he's experienced enough to know himself, and sometimes the stats tell us one thing, but you feel something different. And so I think he's, recognizing, even in some of the situations he was in, the 3 walks, couple hits, like he still feels he could have been better, in his individual performance. And yeah, I think it's totally fine to have that expectation level for a guy that's, achieved as much as he has. I'm curious about, you guys help me understand, going into the Pirates series, to throw out Yamamoto, Skubal, Snell, knowing you have the Braves coming up in the next series, like, how do baseball managers decide we're going to put our 3 guys out against the Pirates, which then would limit our ability to put those same guys out against the Braves?
It could be a combination of a couple of things. What I honestly think they just did was just kept the rotation exactly the same as they didn't want to do too many variations of it. That's really it. Now you got Tyler Glasnow going in game 1 on Tuesday night. I think he just slotted really well into that spot. If I were to throw out Tyler Glasnow, I probably would have liked to go against a slightly lesser offense like a Pittsburgh Pirates as his first go-around, but I don't think the Dodgers were ready to make a roster move at the moment. You have to remember, when Tyler Glasnow gets back, a guy's going to be pulled off not only the 26-man roster, but the 40-man roster as well, because he's been on the 60-day IL. So the Dodgers are going to lose a player from their roster altogether when Tyler Glasnow comes back. So that also probably played into it as well, in case they thought they might have needed an extra guy in the bullpen that might not be on this team this next week. I'm not sure who that's going to be, whether it's going to be an offensive player or a defensive player or a pitcher. I truly don't know, but I'm pretty sure there are a couple of names they're earmarking. Like, for instance, I hate to say this, but I wonder if Alex Vesia's time might be up as a Los Angeles Dodger. He has really struggled as of late, and we already know Eric Lauer is going into the pen, and at some point, Justin Robleski's going into the pen. Someone has to go. That's the one thing everyone seems to keep forgetting about all the players coming back. The Dodgers will lose players with these players coming back, and they might lose them permanently.
When you're making space for those superstars, these are the difficult decisions that Dave Roberts has to make. Let's hear from Doc on his thoughts following Blake Snell's performance yesterday and helping Los Angeles complete the sweep against the Pirates.
Like I said, a few weeks ago, he's on a mission. I see it. I've talked to him, and he's putting in the work. And again, I like the way he's pounding the strike zone, and his slider's really good. The curveball's as good as I've seen it. And then you got arguably his best secondary pitch, the changeup, and the fastball was playing really well. So, he could have been better in his words, but I thought he was pretty dang good.
855-975-2326. Hop in the YouTube chat at The Fan LA as well. It's D-Fish and Decker on this Monday. He is Derek Fisher. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And I would just say, in my Game 7 of the World Series in 2025 rewatch on my couch on Friday evening, it was Blake Snell going out there, an inning and a third in that Game 7, in the 8th, and to get that first out of the 9th. And Cody, when we watched Blake Snell last postseason, in his first in a Dodger uniform, he was lights out early against the Reds in Game 1 of the NLCS against the Milwaukee Brewers, also later in the NLCS against the Brew Crew as well. 3-0 in his first 3 starts in the postseason as a Dodger. Was not great in either of the 2 outings he started in the World Series, gave up both 5 earned in Games 1 and 5 of that World Series, but of course the pedigree in Game 7, in the pedigree that Dave Roberts and the rest of the Dodgers are going to rely on as the calendar flips to September, and of course with October on the horizon as well.
Yeah, no, this Blake Snell is not somebody the Dodgers should worry about one bit. The guys I'm worried about are the guys that are coming back. For instance, I'm more worried about a Shohei Ohtani. What is he going to look like when he gets back on the mound? What is Tyler Glasnow going to be when he's back on the mound? Is he going to have his stuff? Is he going to be in the zone? How is his recovery from this injury going to be? How is he going to feel knowing that he is currently probably the 5th or even 6th starter on this current rotation? As D-Fish actually mentioned in the first hour, this is a team where you're getting Hall of Famers playing full-on roles. They're role player guys. Yep. That's not what you get Hall of Famers to do, yet the Dodgers and Dave Roberts can get them to do it.
First for Tyler Glasnow this year, he made 7 starts. First 6 of the year, 11 earned runs in total. He was 3-0 with a 2.56 ERA and 38 2/3. And then in a warm-up pitch, after the first inning of his last start on May 6th against the Astros, it's where the back spasm started to fire, but we do expect to see Tyler Glasnow on Tuesday. But D-Fish, I think this is the vision Dodger fans have been waiting for. What we saw this weekend at the Ravine, and even with the 6-man rotation, the Dodgers are likely to throw out this week as they start the road trip tomorrow night in Atlanta. Here are the projected starters for the Dodgers over the next 6 games. 3 against the Braves on the road, 3 against the Tigers in Detroit. Tyler Glasnow tomorrow. Roki Sasaki on Wednesday, Yoshinobu Yamamoto on Thursday. In the first game in the Motor City, Tarik Skubal makes his return against the Tigers. He is slated to start on Friday. Blake Snell Saturday, officially listed as undecided on Sunday, but many speculate if Shohei Ohtani, who is expected to throw another bullpen this weekend in Atlanta, looks good, left knee feels good, that could be Shohei Ohtani's first start since the beginning of July. And right there is the October vision for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
That's a pretty nice group right there. It's a pretty nice group. I mean, not you don't necessarily need Ohtani to come back, but if he's able to return to the mound, things get even more interesting and challenging for opponents. I mean, again, I think it's, those are great guys to be able to just, that you just named off. It's just you're still going to have to go out and perform, and those guys they're going to have to be willing to adjust their performance at times. Like, everybody doesn't need to go out and be prepared to pitch a complete game necessarily. I don't know how many times they're gonna pitch more than 100 pitches. To be honest, I know even with Skubal, like the last week, his pitch count has been higher than possibly in his entire career.
Literally. 2 of the 4 highest pitch counts in Tarik Skubal's regular season Major League Baseball career have happened in the last 2 starts he has made for the Dodgers.
So in a situation where those names that you're calling out there, to be in a position where you don't have to pitch more than 100 pitches to still be able to perform at a high level, put the team in position to be successful, also strengthens your ability to come back, the next time you're a starter and be able to come through for the team. Or if we have to call on you on short rest, the fact that we didn't extend you previously also allows us to call back if we need to. That's really where, to me, the strength of this bullpen is going to really start to show its teeth, is when they're able to call these guys back up when needed, because they're not going to have to stretch them very far into the game in order to be successful. And that's assuming, obviously, guys are swinging the bat well and putting some runs on the board.
Now, the bullpen for the Dodgers is going to be ridiculous, because the bullpen for the Dodgers is going to be the current starting staff for the Dodgers. That's the thing. When it comes to a playoff rotation, you really only need 3 starters. Now, if you have 4 starters, that's a brilliant thing to have. Dodgers have 7. The Dodgers have 7 starters. For instance, is Shohei Ohtani going to be used as a starter in the playoffs?
It's a great question.
I could totally see him being used in the back end of a bullpen. We already know Roki Sasaki is going to be in there. We already know Eric Lauer is going to be there. Justin Robleski is going to be in there. So what the hell are you going to do with all these bullpen arms that you got? What happens when Blake Trinan comes back? Are you going to use him? They've already announced how they're going to use Edwin Diaz for the time being to try to get him back to his closer role.
Yeah.
You still got Tanner Scott over there. This is a outrageous pitching staff, to the point where you have some of the best starters in the game that are going to be relegated to a bullpen role.
And we haven't seen the Dodger pitching staff, either the starters or even the back end of that bullpen, at full strength all together at the same time the entirety of this season. We are starting to see it now after, finally, some positive injury news for the pitching staff for Dave Roberts. The injury report here on D. Fish and Decker, brought to you by Ozeron Law, the Injured Worker Hotline. Let me quickly ask you this before we hit the break, D. Fish. You have been a head coach for professional organizations. You are always in charge of making critical decisions. Do you think the decision that Dave Roberts has to make, either naming the ace of staff or figuring out his 4 starters for October, is a hard one, or is it one where he is happy to have this plethora of options at his disposal?
Both. It's hard, because at some point you are going to need to set, the expectations for everyone. And so, being able to say, okay, these are the guys that we're going to go with to open this series, even if it's not until then, that'll still place somebody into a position that maybe they aren't as comfortable in. Maybe they expected or want to start, but they're not going to be part of that starting rotation. But those are conversations, to me, it looks like Dave Roberts is having all the time throughout the year. These guys are really bought in and connected to his vision. It's all about the team. His leadership style fits perfectly for great teams like the Dodgers have. So I'm not worried about guys being disappointed or frustrated that they aren't in the exact maybe role they envision, because of the job that Dave Roberts does throughout the year, making sure guys are clear what the goals are, what the objectives are, and that they're all in this together.
As the guy that did the Game 7 World Series rewatch on Friday night, let me tell you, there are going to be high-leverage October opportunities for everybody on this roster. We are just over 2 weeks away from the start of the NFL regular season. We've got news and notes from all around the National Football League up next here on D. Fish and Decker, including some breaking news out of Cleveland. That's never a good thing to say. Plenty more to come on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Which is completely unprotected the way you throw a baseball. So you take away the sticky stuff, you have to add more pressure on the baseball to get the same amount of movement. There you go. Tommy John surgery spike up. Now, put yourself in a position that you're a professional major league pitcher and you can't even feel your fingertips on the baseball. Crazy. You don't actually know the pressure that you're putting on the ball completely. That's going to lead to a devastating elbow injury that could easily derail the career of Blake Snell. Luckily, he's got paid all his money, but I can't stress this enough. Blake Snell wants to be on the mound. So this surgery cured like 9 ailments all in one. The finger situation, and it cured a shoulder situation. By the way, when you hear shoulder with a pitcher, that usually means their career is over. I can't wait to see what he can do coming back. I'm expecting a good outing. Blake Snell's expecting to dominate, and that's why I love.
Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years." But so anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, well, congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big-time fan and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras, and we were just having a conversation about Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth, and in basketball, there's always these comparison with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to obviously in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry, they've all ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building, it's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know is
right back here on this Monday morning on D-Fish and Decker. He is MLB veteran Cody Decker. He is Laker great and 5-time NBA champion Derek Fisher, and I am Ben Stevens. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We teased it right before the break, gentlemen, and anytime you utter breaking news out of the Cleveland Browns, you're never so sure if it's a great thing.
You are. You're sure that it's not a great thing.
You're right. That's probably a better way to phrase it. Todd Monken, first-year head coach in the land, has named his starting quarterback in following what you can only describe as a dismal display on Saturday in Cleveland in preseason Game 2. Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns entering the 2026 season. Cody Decker, your response?
Hilarious. You deserve it. You deserve it, Haslams. You deserve it, Cleveland. Enjoy. I hope you guys boo him right out the stadium, day in, day out. He doesn't care. He thinks it has nothing to do with anything about him. No. He's fine. He regrets nothing, by the way.
He did say those words.
Yeah. Great stuff. Love it.
You know what? In fact, instead of maybe paraphrasing Deshaun Watson's post-game quotes following Cleveland's second preseason game on Saturday against the Bills, let's hear from Cleveland's new starting quarterback, Deshaun Watson.
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is I I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows. It has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And yeah, just move on.
So, Deshaun Watson, who played the second half against the Buffalo Bills on Saturday, Shedeur Sanders played the entirety of the first half and got the start in Week 2 for the Browns, was 5 of 12 for 36 yards and an interception in a preseason game against the Bills' backup. And he was ruthlessly booed by those fans in Cleveland. I think because of the performance and because of the contract and because of the individual that Deshaun Watson is.
All of the above.
Yeah. D. All of the above. So, Fish, let me ask you. Todd Monken, in his first year as a head coach with this Browns organization, it is very clear, whether you agree or not, that the fans do not like this guy because of everything that has happened in his Cleveland tenure. So why would Monken then, just from an idea of trying to build good vibes for this team entering 2026, name Watson the starting quarterback?
I mean, I wish we could actually see so that we could actually say, okay, even though this guy isn't necessarily performing in practice, you know, in the film room, in the quarterback room, et cetera, like it's clear that he's still the better option. I wish we could actually see it.
Anything.
So that, you know what I mean? It's just so that we wouldn't feel like there's some other reason why. I can't imagine a professional sports coach just kind of like going on a wild goose chase just because. He has to believe that Deshaun Watson is the better choice in terms of helping the Browns win football games. Is this his first time being a head coach?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
You are not wasting that opportunity. As long as Todd Monken's been in the NFL long enough to know.
Long time.
You do not get these chances very often. And as a head coach, he would not tie his career to a guy, regardless of name,
right,
history, personal feelings. You're not going to tie your coaching career to a player that you do not believe at all has a chance to help the team win games. Like, you could like the guy, you could respect the heck out of him, but to me, it has to be, one, he really does believe he's the better choice in terms of the Browns winning football games. Two, from a business perspective, they do owe him. Well, they don't owe him because they restructured and he kind of received $40 million as a bonus.
Yeah.
But they will be paying him $40 to $46 million for this season. In pro sports, those are not guys you sit on the bench.
Yes.
You just don't.
I agree with that.
So then that's also part of maybe the conversation in terms of ownership, front office, and it's clear as the head coach sometimes you get the mandate of this is what it is. We're paying this guy $40 million. Whether people like it or not, we're going to get something out of him. If he goes out there and fails, that's different. But we're not going to pay a guy $40 million just to go home and sit on the side.
I'm with you, D-Fish, on part two of what you said. Now, part one, I don't think Monken had really much of a say in this. I can't imagine he did, considering the fact, as you mentioned, first-time head coach in the pro level. You know, he was the head coach of Southern Miss for a little bit there, but outside of that, no real head coaching experience. He's been around the NFL for years. He's had a ton of success over there out at multiple places, including Baltimore with Lamar Jackson. At the end of the day, man, they reset the entire QB market, overly so, by giving this guy a guaranteed contract. And he has shown for it with playing absolutely atrocious on the field. And that's when he was healthy, before both of his Achilles went out from him. And also everything off the field. Everything off the field is very, very glaring. But everything on the field is also very, very glaring. The only thing to me that absolutely says he needs to start is that price tag of $40 million, because the Haslams foolishly and stupidly gave him that money, and they're still trying to justify that contract. Monken, I'm willing to bet it was even part of the conversation everybody they interviewed. Will you start Deshaun Watson if we make you? And the answer with him had to be an absolute resounding yes, because he's not going to get another opportunity very much longer as a head coach.
Yeah, but I mean, like part of the Mendoza-Cousins conversation, right, with the Raiders. In football, in all sports, but in football, your locker room is gone, toast, if the whole locker room knows this guy's better than him. Why are we playing this guy? I am out here every play. I could lose my entire career. My leg could get collapsed.
Completely
my lung
agree.
could get I just don't know if for a first-year head coach, if you can start it off by just losing your guys. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
There has to be a little bit of in practice and in some reps, there's things that he's showing that still says he's an NFL quarterback. Because if your entire defense is bro, this dude, come on, man, this is a joke.
I know, but I watched that game. That's what I would have thought if I was on that defense.
Yeah, no, I agree. From what we saw over the weekend, he looked disengaged. He didn't look as interested in the reps he was going to receive in the second half of that game. Not sure why that happened.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I would just say also, the other option in Shedeur Sanders, the second-year pro trying to prove it, has thrown an interception in both of his preseason games. He hasn't looked crystal clean. He is a clear advantage at the quarterback position in favor of Deshaun Watson. I would just finish with this for Browns fans, who I'm sure are not very happy right now because of the circumstances around Deshaun as the individual, the contract that has been invested into him, and thus the performances in return. 19 games in 3 years with the Browns. He has not played since 2024. A completion percentage of 61%, 19 touchdowns to 12 interceptions. The actual performance in backing up $230 million guaranteed Deshaun has also not been very good. Not a good day to be a Browns fan.
Hold on. There is a bright side to this.
Is there?
Yes.
Okay.
Deion Sanders is going to talk about it soon. And when that happens, I'm going to be very happy. I cannot wait to hear what Prime Time has to say about this situation. Because it's coming.
Deion's been relatively quiet, focusing on a new football season in Colorado.
I think it should stay that way.
I would not. I would not speak on behalf of my son losing a quarterback battle here. Shedeur gave a great sideline interview, by the way, in the second half as that game was playing out between the Browns and the Bills. It is a tough situation in Cleveland. We feel for you, but we thank you here in Los Angeles for Myles Garrett, and I'm sure Myles is smiling on this Monday morning.
Happiest man ever.
I was going to say also a happy Monday morning for you, Cody Decker, lifelong Raider fan, because yesterday it seemed as though the report out of practice
he lost his leg, dude.
Was Ashton Jeanty lost his leg. There was a prayer circle as he went down with a non-contact injury around that right leg. Further reports later in the day, it is just a sprained ankle. Now, just could mean a variety of things, but the Raiders do not fear it is an overly significant injury for their second year back, of which much is expected in 2026.
Thank God. Thank God. That being said, listen, this is not going to be an amazing year for the Raiders. I know that. Everyone knows
the
that.
Race to 6, brother.
Baby, I just want to get 6 wins. It's a race to 6. Now, this happening right now is not a good look, of course, for the Raiders in their backfield, considering the fact that Ashton Jeanty so far in the preseason has been one of the things that's looked quite good. All of a sudden, they have an offensive line that is protecting him, and he doesn't have to break up 7 tackles behind the offensive line. That's wonderful to see. Outside of that, I watched Mendoza the other day. It was fine. He looked perfectly fine. Granted, not a whole lot of scoring that was being done by the Raiders in that preseason game, but there were flashes of good moments. I think that the Raiders are going to be better than people think. But losing Ashton Jeanty at the beginning of the season, we do not know the severity of the ankle sprain, whether it's a grade 1 to grade 3. We don't know how many tears are in there. We don't really know. But the fact that they did a prayer circle and he was carried off the field is not a good sign that he's going to be back for week 1, to say the least.
But they feared it would be incredibly significant, maybe season-ending, that not being the case, at least it seems right now. And we are 20 days away from the start of that first full Sunday of the NFL regular season. So there is not a ton of time for Ashton Jeanty to get fully healthy and return to practice for the Las Vegas Raiders. Football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Ashton Jeanty will be expected to do a ton for the Las Vegas Raiders. Also confirming some bad injury news for the Chargers that happened last week. it is going to be the case for Tyler Biadasz, the newly acquired center, that he is out for the entirety of the season, placed on IR by the Bolts over the weekend. Raj, I refuse to read your tease that you put in the rundown for what we will do next because I have respect for the WNBA. But we'll talk about a whole variety of things. You in or out on the other side here on D. Fish and Decker.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole economy.
Part of why I'm doing this, because the show starts with me. Part of why I'm doing this is to try to help us get out of this idea that we have to label athletes anything, right? Like, why is he a mercenary, right? Why can't he just be a guy that worked at a job for 8 years, his contract at the job was up, and he's choosing to go work somewhere else? So then why do we have to start labeling it like it's a negative thing and he hated the city and he didn't love the city? What about I just want to go work somewhere else, and that's fine?
I didn't tell you or your partner that you guys should agree with me.
No,
I didn't. Let me just.
Not agree with you.
I didn't tell you that you should say LeBron doesn't love LA. I didn't even say that you should think what I think about LeBron. I mean, Doug and I disagree on topics. I gave my perspective on a huge news story. I think you called it noise the other day. News story that involves LA, and that's my view. And I'm entitled to it. And the people in LA are entitled for all of us, and if you're doing that, great, to give your honest, unvarnished perspective. Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally fair.
We're not gonna. I feel like we shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual one there?
Think about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. What's the real fifth? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named 4. That's not true.
D-Mac, I'm right. I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin from Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that, though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Holds up. Great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC. Okay.
You good?
How are you going to bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake. And then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award.
Our resort and casino at San Manuel.
All right, let's start off this new week here on D. Fish and Decker. Raj, what do you have for us in You Interact?
Got to turn my mic on there, guys.
Yeah, that's on me again. My fault.
You.
Yeah, you're by yourself back there today, so that's on me.
Yeah, that's right. Well, some of you teased or didn't tease. I don't know if you saw, but Enes Kanter decided to attend a WNBA game, and of course he's been surrounded by controversy regarding this, and he was escorted out of the building. Are you in or out, Fish, on Enes Kanter making appearances at the WNBA games?
I'm in on him coming to WNBA games. More people should be going to WNBA games. More former players.
My father loves it.
When you go, you understand why the people that have supported it for 30 years still go. I'm in on him going to games if he like. I'm all for players, former players, etc. And he's, to his credit, he's always had strong opinions or taking a stance, whether politically or personally, about how he feels about an issue. I have no problem with that idea, but on your time, on your platforms, in your space. Mm-hmm. Showing up to a WNBA game to turn it into a clown show about what you think is so beyond disrespectful to every player in the WNBA, coach, the league itself, that's what I have an issue with. Going to the game to support, that's one thing. Even if you have the opinion that he has about the league and whatever stance he's trying to take at the moment, ask a player to meet you after the game or have a conversation first. I don't like the way we take a stance in a position and we want to yell loud and scream about something and we haven't actually sat down and talked to people yet. So I just don't like, again, we're quick to talk about the W when it's like these type of things as opposed to talking about how great the basketball is. Like the game between the Liberty and the Indiana Fever was a phenomenal basketball game. Mm-hmm. That's what we should be talking about, but we end up talking about this guy.
Cody? Yeah, I'm out on all of it. All of it. I do not support him going to a WNBA game because he's not there to support women. He's there to push his own brand with his ridiculous statements that he's trying to put out there. I can't stress this enough. Trans people are not causing any issues in the WNBA. It's always the straight dudes that are actually causing problems with the WNBA. Coming out to the court and actually doing this. My only complaint about last night's game is that Natasha Cloud didn't beat his ass. I wish to God she did. It would have been great to see, and he would have deserved the ass kicking.
And I wish Natasha Cloud would have done the same because I am also out on Enes Kanter Freedom, whatever the frick he wants to call himself, showing up to the W because of your point and what you mentioned as well, D-Fish. He made it a clown show. He made it his own statement, trying to overtake what was actually happening there on the basketball floor. And we need less of the clown show associated around the WNBA, the commentary on the commentary on the commentary, and more on the actual basketball. Mm-hmm.
All right, well, here's a soundbite. This is our friend Jim Harbaugh, coach of the Los Angeles Chargers. Let's hear what he had to say.
About Justin Herbert, or are you still looking to find out?
There's no doubt. Justin Herbert, to me, is the best there ever was. And, ever since I've been
So it was a bit cut weird, but that was from the Stephen A. Smith Show on Sirius XM. Guys, I'll start with you, Fish. Are you in or out on Jim Harbaugh? Obviously, Justin Herbert is the best, but supporting his quarterback in such a way.
Well, he said to him, which I mean, Jim Harbaugh to me is not he doesn't just live in a fantasy world. He's a pretty straightforward football guy.
That was kind of fantasy.
That's not what he's saying, though. To him, right? If you're a football, has he coached Patrick Mahomes before?
No.
Has he coached Joe Montana before?
No.
Has he coached Tom Brady before?
No.
So then to him, the best there ever was, because that's the best quarterback he's ever coached before. That's what he was saying, in my opinion.
He coached J.J. McCarthy.
Stop it.
You stop it, dude.
So
Andrew Luck?
Stop it.
Stop it. Andrew Luck was phenomenal.
Andrew Luck was phenomenal.
Yeah.
But I can still see the difference in talent level between what Andrew Luck was able to do and Justin Herbert's actual talent and ability. I can see the difference.
Andrew Luck won playoff games.
Cody,
I'm not saying he didn't, but I'm just saying that you can still see the difference between. This dude is different than. Even though he's been successful, won games before, his talent level is by far greater than this guy.
His talent level is great, and I appreciate Harbaugh backing his guy. I think this is insane, and I'm out.
I am also out on Justin Herbert being the best quarterback in NFL history.
No, that's not. Stop doing that. Why do we do that?
But that's what Jim Harbaugh.
That's not what he said.
Let's hear it again.
He said to me, he's the greatest ever.
No, he didn't.
Play it again.
All right, we'll play it again. All right, hang on, guys. Hang on.
Stop it.
About Justin Herbert, or are you still looking to find out?
there's no doubt. Justin Herbert, to me, is the best there ever was.
The best there ever was. That's pretty clear cut.
That's Jim's opinion.
He
I'm
didn't
just
say best he
my
coached.
opinion.
He said best there ever was.
So I'm out.
To him.
Yes, to him.
In his lens.
Right, but
the quarterbacks I've coached.
I don't. I think if he said the quarterbacks I coach, I'd be like, I'm fine with
stop that, bro. Y'all know Jim Harbaugh is not sitting up there talking about this dude is better than Joe Montana, Tom Brady, everybody that ever played the quarterback position.
So the funny thing about Jim Harbaugh, though, is I think he is wired in such a way that right here, right now, if you were to ask Jim Harbaugh, the best quarterback in NFL history, he would still tell you Justin Herbert. Because that's what he is. I hear your point that he has to build Justin Herbert up. He is trying to give the confidence to the Bolts quarterback entering his 7th year. But the idea that he's the best there ever was, even in Jim Harbaugh's lens, I disagree with.
If he's saying ever play the quarterback position, then yeah, I'm out.
Also, Andrew Luck is the best quarterback he's ever coached.
I would agree with that, too. I think Andrew Luck is better than
But if he
Justin
says
Herbert.
the best there ever was, I'm just saying it kind of implies that he is saying the best Joe Montana was and all these guys were.
I'm just saying,
we got to get you a Herbert jersey.
Brett the Hitman Hart didn't say, I'm the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be, in my opinion. He said he's the best there ever was. I mean,
Yeah. All right.
We'll ask him one day.
Yeah,
sounds good. We will.
You In or Out, of course, brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino. Guys, Dan Campbell, he insists that the Lions Super Bowl window is still wide open. Fish, you think the Lions, remember the cute little Lions? They were a cute story a couple years ago, coming surprising people, and now last year, of course, not making the playoffs. You believe their Super Bowl window is still open? You in or out on that, Fish?
I'm in. Like, why wouldn't it be? I mean, they're the best team in their division, so that means they're going to be in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. So, NFL playoffs in any sport, it's all about matchups. So, depending on who they play, do we feel like on paper are they better than the Rams, or are they better than the Seahawks, or other like NFC teams? Maybe, maybe not. But any given Sunday, or Saturday, or Friday, or Wednesday, or whatever day the NFL is playing.
All those days will feature an NFL game.
Christmas, on Thanksgiving.
I'm in. I mean, this is Dan Campbell all day. Like he's talking about his team and still believing they can win the Super Bowl. I'm in.
I'm in. I'm in with one caveat. Wide open. I want to shorten that. It's open. It's definitely open, and I think they have a chance to win and go to a Super Bowl. But to say wide open, I think, is a bit disingenuous. I think they've had this opportunity these last couple of years, but at some point, this window is going to get shorter and shorter and shorter, and Jared Goff is not getting younger each year.
I'm in. I still believe the Detroit Lions can get the job done. Are they going to win the Super Bowl this year? No. Are they going to get past the Rams in the NFC? No. Could they win their division in the NFC North? Perhaps. So I'm still in on the Detroit Lions having an open, maybe not wide open, but an open Super Bowl window.
Okay. Hey, guys, NBC, they've apparently backloaded Mike Tomlin's contract to keep him from an NFL coaching return. Fish, you in or out on a little strategy or tactic, if you will, that NBC is using to keep Mike Tomlin from returning to the sidelines?
I'm employed by NBC, so
I'm pretty sure you're calling a game on the cock tonight.
I would not be commenting on their strategies.
Well said.
Do you appreciate their strategies?
No, I understand the concept though. Like, it's almost like saying as time goes on, he may want to return to coaching in the NFL, and so there's more money the longer you're with us. So that if you front load it and then he just goes back to coaching, it's like you overpaid for only having him for a year or two or whatever. But
can you tell us transparently, in your NBC contract, is it backloaded to keep you from coaching again in the WNBA?
Please.
You're calling the Sparks game tonight. I just want to make sure they want you out there.
My NBC contract is backloaded to 24 hours.
Nice.
We may or may not call you the next day.
Nice. I love those contracts. Sure, I'm in. Sure. I, as a guy that does not work for NBC and probably never will due to my proximity to Michelle Beadle, I can't stress enough. Keep him as long as you can. He's fun to watch. He's a legend of the game. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do on camera. If he enjoys it, I hope he enjoys this for the next couple of years. But I can imagine a guy like him, based on just what I've seen these last few years, would be itching to get back on the coaching side. That being said, he might love this cush job that he's currently in, and backloading it all day, brother. Love it. Love it.
Right.
Get your money.
I'm in for what it's worth as well. I think Mike Tomlin's going to be great on TV.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Short and sweet.
Yeah.
Hey guys, Rich Paul, because we've talked about his name a lot over the last few months, but this does not involve LeBron. He says Peyton Watson was held out in the playoffs to protect him for free agency. Fish, I've never heard of this type of strategy. You in or out on this type of tactic, if you will, on Peyton Watson? Does that happen in the NBA? I mean, like,
no, I would say held out, meaning right, like I think Peyton Watson was dealing with a hamstring injury.
Correct.
Right. So held out with a hamstring that's 81%. Let's pick a number. That makes sense from the standpoint of return. It's kind of like what the Bucks were trying to do with Giannis. Like, if you come back and end up like rupturing your hamstring and then now you're out long term, that would make sense to me. Held out like at 100% health, hell no. Like, I'm not on board with that. I would be out on that. I would be in on hamstring, groin, calf, those three things. If you're not close to 100% and you try to play through those, that could be catastrophic for you beyond free agency. Take free agency out. Like, you could just put yourself in jeopardy, period. So that I would add that caveat to it.
Man, I'm a little out on this, and my reasoning behind this. Rich Paul's an agent going onto a podcast talking about leaving players out just for free agency in a playoff run, despite not getting the graphic details about the injury history and all that. A lot of this doesn't look good to me, and I don't think it makes his player look good either. So I'm a little out on it. I appreciate the candor that we're constantly getting out of Rich Paul, but some of this is kind of a bad look, if you ask me.
Can I tell you what I'm in on? The things and the waves have started to be out there for the Denver Nuggets that maybe they're changing this franchise. I'm in on Nikola Jokic, Los Angeles Laker 2027. What do we say?
Look at you. Look at you.
What do we say? Blockbuster deal?
I'm gonna start flying because wings are gonna sprout out my back because we're all just mentioning things that are never gonna happen, right?
I'm just saying.
Just asking.
Could happen.
Laker fans always do that. They be window shopping every
Could
time.
happen. If you read between the tea leaves of what's happening
I haven't
Denver,
heard anything about the summer of 2027, my guy.
I don't know if he wants to live in LA, bro.
But he could be. He and his best friend Luka Doncic.
There's no
hanging
chariot
out.
racing here.
You know how much
What
beer
do
they
you
can
mean?
drink?
Hollywood Park is right there.
There's not chariots.
That's such a short commute
it's
from
chariot
crypto.
racing he likes.
They would make it for Nikola Jokic. Hollywood Park would institute it if Nikola Jokic was playing in the purple and gold. We will talk more about the Lakers up next here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Word number one. Can I get a cheer? Oh, that's an endorsement. It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number one in something, so I'll take it. You're number one in my heart.
ESPN is posting this incorrectly. They are putting a fractured leg. Oh, it's a microfracture. Micro is a key word there. Can you play on a microfracture?
Yeah, I've played on a complete ruptured, fractured, stress fracture.
I played with a completely torn UCL and shoulder and a broken toe in 2 places.
Cody, you had multiples in games?
Multiple. Yeah, no, and I they never took me out of a game because I am a badass.
Do we owe Christian and all the former Team USA members nationally, do they owe Christian an apology?
Does Landon Donovan, Tim Howard, and all of those people who have called out his lack of performance? Oh, yeah, did she owe him an apology too? No. No one owes him an apology. And here's the thing, I don't dislike Christian Pulisic. It's just I have been spending the last 5 years being told that this guy is the one that's going to take American soccer to the next level. Based on what I've seen now in 2 World Cups from the guy and him no-showing the Gold Cup with his first opportunity to play with Poch, and now all the reports around, and as much as I want to say they're sources and unverified, Landon Donovan's the one out talking about Christian Pulisic's camp and how he's been handling the press and how it's been a problem for Team US. Dude's going through it right now.
I mean, I'm sure he is because he's put so many years of higher performance together. But it also sounded to me like like frustration. He knows he needs to be better, wants to be better for his team and teammates, but that, he's seen everything and he's been through everything. Like, you don't get to where these guys are without having navigated some of these moments and stretches. What I can tell you, though, is, the third time through is, you are on fumes. I don't care how hard you work out in the offseason, how much time you put in, what kind of recovery you're trying to do. 3 seasons in a row playing all the way to the end is exhausting. Your body is not what it used to be 2 years ago.
Not to mention the years before that, because, listen, this guy's played to the playoffs every year, both in Boston and here. He's won 4 World Series now, 3 in LA, 1 in Boston. I mean, this guy definitely has played like full seasons post the regular season.
Yeah, and some of it, it's not an age thing, or it's not because of, he's getting older or this, or like some of it is just, in particular when you've had such success in the past, like you have a standard for yourself. And sometimes when that standard isn't being met, like you can feel I'm not meeting my standard. Mm-hmm. That's the additional frustrating thing as well that can start to negatively impact your performance, because now you're pressing, you're trying harder, and you're trying to replicate what you used to do or what you normally do when the situation requires you to just be the present version of what you need to be. And so maybe your power isn't there, maybe your speed isn't there, maybe for whatever the reasons. But what adjustments can you make in real time to try to still be successful for the team? And that's kind of what everybody's going through in some form or fashion. Robleski, who's not the same age as Mookie, but he's not playing well right now. So, again, it's not automatically like we like to quickly just go to age or to some like easy thing that we can wrap our brains around.
Yeah.
But if a 24-year-old is struggling and a 34-year-old is struggling, that's not an age thing.
No.
Right? That's just part of sports and part of life. And you just have to figure out how to navigate these things.
It is 8 a.m. in Los Angeles, bright and early on a Monday morning, and it's D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is Laker great, 5-time NBA champion Derek Fisher. He is Major League Baseball veteran Cody Decker, and I am Ben Stevens. 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you. It's the voice of LA sports. Get involved in this conversation at The Fan LA on YouTube to hop in the chat as well. We will talk some more Dodger baseball throughout this hour. Fabian Ardaya will join us up next to talk about the Los Angeles Dodgers this weekend against the Pittsburgh Pirates. And of course, with a day off on this Monday ahead of a critical road series in Atlanta against the Braves. We start today, though, this hour with some conversation around the Los Angeles Lakers. There are reports that NBA Commissioner Adam Silver is going to get involved in hoping to steady the waters or calm things around the Bus family feud. Cody, you were in Hawaii last week, but still getting the updates. The Jeannie Buss does not want to sell the minority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers that her family still owns. Her 5 other siblings absolutely want to. There will be a legal feud. There is the family feud. What exactly, if anything, can Commissioner Adam Silver say to kind of calm these waters?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
And I think it's a clown show that we're even discussing that he can do anything. At the end of the day, the only thing he can maybe bring over there is the league's perspective and the fact that other owners want to be involved with this situation and get this taken care of as handily as possible. The problem is you're dealing with a family feud situation in the billions, that we didn't know initially were actually involved. This was a team valuation that just a year ago was like $7.5 billion. All of a sudden, it's a $12.5 billion roughly overnight, and now you got a 17.8% stake that is now being sold out from under Jeannie Buss, which seemed, I don't know, fairly personal, seemed fairly, antagonistic. This seems like a very, very ugly bleep show is what it looks like. And again, this isn't even what I think is the ugliest thing surrounding this entire Lakers sale. All of the other things that have been boiling to the surface with the Walter investigation, now the Dodgers, how they've gotten their money and how their money has been kind of replenishing itself. A lot of conversations have been coming out of this all of a sudden. And now we're seeing other teams that would love to jump in on this because now now what is this going to do with their team valuations? Now all of a sudden teams that thought their valuations was $4.6 billion, or say the Celtics, who sold for 6.5 just 1 year ago, what are they now worth? If the Lakers are worth $12.5 billion, then the Celtics are worth over $10 billion. I wouldn't be shocked if those owners decide to flip this. Why not?
No.
Why not?
No,
because we don't like this.
It's not. That's not.
It's not a matter of we like it. This is just factual.
No, it's not. It's not that close.
Why not?
It's not. This
is a much larger market.
No, but they just sold a majority share or majority stake for 6 point something.
And 2 weeks later, the Lakers sold for 7.5. Now, 1 year later,
$10 billion.
Well, sorry, $10 billion, which was also, but that wasn't what they were valued at the time. Right. They were valued at 7.5.
That's fair.
They were overly purchased at $10 billion, of which it shocked all of us when it happened. Now, just a year later, $12.5 billion. And this is all taking place after the Celtics sale. So now what are we actually talking about of these teams are being valued at now?
Well, I think I think $10 billion for the Lakers a year ago made sense. When you talk about, at the beginning of a new television and media rights deal, with the NBA Europe expansion coming to the league and expansion of probably 2 markets in the United States, that made sense. The $2.5 billion kicker in 10 months.
Yeah.
That's a different conversation.
Yes, it is.
I don't think Adam Silver is personally trying to influence anything, but I do believe that he has more influence than we would think, right?
How so?
Because he's responsible. He runs the club, and you're a member of the club.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get to just do whatever you want to do with the team. That's not how it works. You're part of the club. And if you're a club and you're as a member of this club, if you are violating the rules, the conduct, the policy, if you're carrying yourself in a way that isn't consistent with how members of this club are supposed to, we get to come have a conversation with you.
Mm-hmm.
So can he tell people what to do? No. But he can make it clear as a member of this club, there are certain things that are going to happen and are not going to happen. And so, obviously the 5 siblings want out of the club entirely.
Yes. Yeah.
So that he can't come and tell them they can't feel that way, right? But definitely some things can be made clear about even the sale to Kushner and Iger doesn't necessarily have to go through.
Very true. But I do think that Iger kind of gave the game away with his initial statement. We even talked about it last week when the statement came out. Oh, we have immense respect for Jeannie Buss, and absolutely nothing will change for now. And then roughly 4 days later, this is all taking place, which makes it clear to me that these conversations were already happening long before that statement was even put out.
Well, I think in his statement, he said, they intend to respect the agreement between Mark Walter and Jeannie.
Mm-hmm.
And then he also said, if things change, they change.
Yeah.
So that stood out to me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he probably was aware, and that's my point too. I don't think Jeannie would have agreed to the sale to Mark Walter a year ago if there was an understanding that however many years in the future, 1 year or 10 years in the future, he could sell it and create this tag-along thing that her siblings would be allowed to just kind of move her out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she would have agreed to the original sale if that was the case.
Completely agree with that.
And so I don't really see a scenario where she knowingly agreed to the original sale that created this situation where if he sells it, the siblings get to just push her out of the whole thing. That's not a world I could see.
That's important to note as well, because the other 5 bus kids are trying to use the tag-along provision to cash out on a $2.5 billion increase in a span of 14 months because of issues that Mark Walter is having with his own personal and business finances. All of this tied up together. We talked about this last week, D-Fish, about the legacy of the Bus family and what it means here in Los Angeles, what it means for this Lakers franchise. Do you think Adam Silver in the club of governors around the NBA want the Bus family to have association with the Lakers still?
I mean, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I think there's definitely going to be evolution and change in sports team ownership. There's been more private equity, and capital groups and funds coming into sports teams, not just basketball, football, soccer, etc. So I think there's an understanding these teams are not going to necessarily be family run, quote unquote, for moving forward, just due to how much money is going to be involved in running them and being successful with them. I don't know if it's so much them always wanting the Bus family to be involved. I just think they're going to want Adam Silver in the league to be careful allowing people to come in and just like flip these teams a year or year and a half later just because somebody offers a premium with the price. What has created the valuation of these teams is their unavailability. The fact that you can't just go offer a number and get access to one. There have been hundreds of high net worth individuals, groups, etc., that were willing to pay big money to be a part of the club, but just weren't allowed to be a part of the club because we're not really for sale, right? It's like some of the most expensive neighborhoods in the world, you don't see for sale signs up, ever. A quiet transition of a property might take place, but you don't see like big for sale signs out in the front yard of high net worth neighborhoods and communities. Pro sports leagues are high net worth communities and neighborhoods that you do not see for sale signs up. So I think if anything, sports team ownership groups they're happy with big valuations coming in. It's increasing the valuation of their clubs, etc. But you have to be careful turning into a league that's willing to just sell to the highest bidder.
I completely agree. But answer this for me, D-Fish, because here's the thing. With Major League Baseball specifically, not allowing people into the club is very specific. They don't let people into the club if they're honestly too rich. And their issue with that is they don't like guys coming in to kind of reset the entire market. Kind of like how the Dodgers have kind of found this new way to win and reset markets and how they're paying guys. That was the same thing. Like they were a little worried about bringing Steve Cohen in over there in New York for the Mets because he's got so much money and this is not a salary capped league that he can kind of reset the market and force other teams to start spending money. And that was what they were worried about. That's not exactly the same thing in the NBA due to how the finances work. But what are those things that would keep somebody out of the club on the NBA side?
A couple of things come to mind. One, similar thought. I think, anyone coming in that's just going to spend crazy money that is out of alignment with like how to maintain a certain level of consistency. Similar, again, if you live in a community where there's a homeowners association, think of it that way. You can't do whatever you want to do in your front yard, man. You just can't. It's part of the HOA policies and rules. Like no boats in the front yard. You can't be putting your hoop out there with the tires on, land on it. Like there's just certain ways we have to operate in order to maintain that consistent look for our community. So yeah, I agree. Like it's just like that. We're not going to want people coming into the community that are going to just try to turn their front yard into whatever they want it to look like. Even in the backyard, there are certain rules and ways that you have to operate. Inside your home, a little bit more leeway, but in and around it, we want a certain level of consistency for everyone, so that we all benefit from the increased value and growth. The second part I would say is folks that don't understand how to run and operate sports teams. And so then like it just looks bad and poor decisions are being made and the team, never figures out a way to win and be competitive. And, so there are reasons why the list is so very short, or has been at least, of folks that have been in and around these clubs. It's not because there haven't been people that could afford it. It's just that everybody's not wired to do it well and do it at a high level. So that's also what I think, whether it's Adam Silver or the league overall, you still have to be mindful of just like anybody that wants to pay the highest number getting access to it.
Yeah.
Because that starts to change the demographics of your club, and that could sometimes lead to the decline of what the club ultimately is.
And you have made mention of that because of how quickly this reported sale came together from Mark Walter to Iger and Kushner in the span of 72 hours. And even in their exclusive piece with Kobe Price we had on the show, there wasn't exactly a plan presented into how Iger and Kushner were going to run the Lakers as to what we have seen. Let me ask you this. As a native of Los Angeles that grew up here, being a Laker fan, knowing the Buss family history and legacy with the purple and gold, do you still want a member of the Buss family, some sort of Buss family stake in the Los Angeles Lakers?
Listen, I think it would be a lovely thing to have just for bragging rights. Oh, the Buss family's still involved. I've always very much loved the Buss family, appreciated the Buss family, appreciated everything Jeannie Buss has done for this team. But even this last situation where she's been the governor, it seemed like that was more of a figurehead thing anyways. So, listen, you don't need to... You don't need to insult anyone's intelligence here. If it's just a figurehead, cool, that's fine. Jeannie Buss would be as great as anybody humanly possible. But it seems that this new ownership wants to go in a completely different direction altogether, which is their right. They are a new ownership. They run this team, and they guess they can run it however they like. But as a LA native, as a fan of this team lifelong, yes, I will say it feels a little darker today as a Laker fan, knowing that the Buss family is no longer involved.
And that's been one of the things that we have discussed often, the stability and the understanding of knowing what you had with the Buss family, or at least if Mark Walter was the majority owner, you could point to the track record of the Los Angeles Dodgers as well. At the Fan LA on YouTube, should Adam Silver get involved in the Lakers ownership sale? Yes, let's end this squabble. No, none of his business. And how much authority does Adam Silver have in any of those conversations? Today is Monday, August 24th. D-Fish, yesterday, of course, an important day for the Los Angeles Lakers as well. Kobe Bryant's birthday. It has become a celebration here in Los Angeles. And, of course, it is a moment to remember the iconic figure that was Kobe Bryant in the purple and gold.
Yeah, man, Kobe would be 48. I think I was talking to a friend yesterday. I was like, how old would Kobe be? And I was like, well, he was born in 78, man, so he'd be 48 years old. It'd be fun to, see the almost 50-year-old version of him.
Oh, man. It really would have been.
Because he was already, so, wise and well thought out for such a young guy. So to, get to these stages in life where, just your perspective on things and where he would be as a father and as a husband at this point would be pretty fun to see. It's a great day, even though it's not, it's not an easy day to think about. But birthdays are to be celebrated, man, no matter what. So, I mean, what comes to mind the most is just, is Vanessa and the girls and, and how I'm sure challenging and enjoyable it is to still find ways to celebrate him while honoring his memory and, not being there to hug and celebrate and blow out the candles and sing happy birthday and all the things that we all get to do when we celebrate people's birthdays. And I'm sure the family still does find ways to enjoy those moments. But, it's still sometimes, hard to believe in some ways.
Surreal for sure.
But it also serves as a great reminder of how it's not necessarily how long you live, it's what you do with your life. And he did the most you could possibly think about doing for a guy that was barely into his 40s. And had impacted the world so significantly the way he had.
You know, it's funny.
It still does, actually.
Oh, yeah, no question. You know, it's funny, on his birthday, you know what video came across my feed? And it's legitimately become my favorite Kobe Bryant video. And here's the thing we were all kind of robbed in. Turns out Kobe was a pretty damn good actor. Because even though he didn't do a whole lot of acting, him and Jalen versus Everybody's Pilot, when he goes up at Jalen Rose at a restaurant where he's just being very cordial, and then the waitress comes over. Oh, Mr. Bryant, can I get you something to drink? Oh, yeah, I'll take a martini. Oh, how many olives? And he goes, looks over at Rose, 81. And he's just, the long pause is phenomenal. And I'm like, oh, we could have gotten so much more of that.
Yeah. No, he turned into a great interview, you know, over the years.
Did.
Yeah. I think early on he, you know, I mean, he was literally a kid. So he was just kind of, you know, going through the process of learning how to find his voice. But once he found it, and you know, and kind of made that switch into, you know, it was kind of like there was the number 8 version of him, and then the number 24 version of him, and I still think about that now. When you think about players, it's sometimes when we talk about how refreshing it is for guys to tell us, you know, what they're thinking and share what's going on, and oh man, I feel like I struggled, or I feel like this. I still think there's something to being in character that athletes, you know, should still hold on to. And I thought Kobe got into character as well as anybody that's ever played a sport. Like he just
Mamba.
It was a part of who he was, but he went into an entirely different space and mindset when it came to competition.
Yeah.
It was like putting on the actual armor to go out onto the battlefield. Like, right, we saw the Odyssey.
Yeah.
There's not many times that they walked out there without sliding that helmet on. Like, it's like you turn into a different person once you slide that thing on. And so, you know, those things come to mind as well. Like it's okay to be what you need to be for your team in certain moments that isn't necessarily exactly consistent with who you actually are.
Yeah.
It's okay to leave like Clark Kent or Bruce Wayne at the house. We need you to be Superman and Batman.
And he often was. And his lasting impact in terms of that mentality still echoes here in Los Angeles and well beyond across the entire world. I saw people celebrating his birthday with Mamba mentality. My favorite Kobe quote still to this day, job finished, job's not finished. And that's why he was never happy. I say that to myself when I'm on runs. When I'm turning around to go home and I'm talking like 3.5, 4 miles at most, I say job finished, job not finished, keep going. So I still keep that Mamba mentality in my mind. We had the story last week of me telling D Fish how I witnessed his .4 shot, a.k.a. I was crying under my bunk beds because I thought the game was over. And as Derek reminded me, no, the game was not over, and that was the entirety of the point. There was a photo dug up by our own Crash, our video producer here, Mitch Dolphin, or whatever his last name is. A photo dug up of me in 3rd grade in my classroom with a cutout Kobe Bryant, and it was still like I had seen my favorite athlete, because Kobe was and still is to this day. But they really scrolled back through the files to find a 3rd grade Ben Stevens where they cut out Kobe Bryant, but that was the impact he had on me. You guys see this photo?
I have not seen this photo.
I do not.
I'll show it to you.
All right.
I'll show it to you.
Well, thank you for the graphic details of said photo.
You're welcome. I'll show it to you.
Were you saying that, setting it up as though you were going to be showing it on the screen?
I know Mitch has access to it.
Because I'm sitting here staring at a screen waiting for it.
But Crash is doing a great job,
Mitch
by the way.
is just trying to keep the stream alive.
There's only 2 guys back there today, Raj and Mitch. So Mitch is very focused and intent on keeping the stream up and at him. Mitch, you're doing a sensational job. Let's talk some more. I think it's pretty good. We'll talk some more Dodger baseball on the other side after the sweep of the Pirates. There was Mitch, if you are watching us at the Fan LA on YouTube. On the other side of the break here on D Fish and Decker.
To me, Mookie has world-class experience in navigating adversity and will ultimately do things that are going to help this team.
I'm going to give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from.
Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? Jeez. Because you're good at this stuff. It's a somewhat deep cut. I'll do. Here we go. There are TV. There are. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? It reminds me of me and you sometimes. Is that Brokeback Mountain? Close. I can't quit you.
That's what reminds you. Of the
I
two of
can't
us.
quit you.
We're gonna have to have an off-air conversation.
Okay, what?
Horrible bosses.
There
2.
we go.
This is like horrible colleagues 1. It turns out.
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
Now,
So Chris Shula, future head coach.
Yeah.
I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but what is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now. I'm going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had in my journey where I moved around, I played so many different positions.
Yeah.
But that was a credit to, Coach Shula as, what can Q do the best? Can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is can you rush 4? Can you create pressure with 4 defensive guys? And luckily we just got I know this is probably going to be another segment, but, we got a great guy that will help us do that. But yeah, can you be able to show the same look in every single defense to make everything look the same? So you don't know if it's man, so you don't know if it's zone, so you don't know if there's pressure coming. That's where the landscape of the league is going towards, is where you can have these defenses and play so many different coverages, but everything looks the same, so you can't give off a tell. I'm going to give you credit. That was a great transition. That was a great.
There we go. There we go. Talk about it.
So
let him know.
It's funny because I try to do that, like in the interview space and all that stuff. Like, how can you transition? So that was
all right,
because that was flawless. That was flawless.
Thank you.
But yeah, so. You have so many guys now that can do a lot of different things. Guys like me, guys like Kyle Hamilton, guys like Nick Emmanwori, Devin Witherspoon, Brian Branch. Like, there's Derwin James.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit anybody because there's obviously so many fantastic players out there. But it's now, obviously, our league is it's a passing league. Most of the explosive plays and touchdowns are through the air game. And how can you get these versatile defenders that can, yes, stop the run, but also play a pivotal part in the pass? Can you mix them up? Can you put them in different spots? And if you're able to do that, then you change the numbers on defense. And, offense is always trying to dictate the terms, but when you have the ability to do that on defense, that's huge. And I think that is where the league is going. You're getting these kind of bigger bodies, whether they're in the slot, deep, or outside, that can just do it all. Can they blitz? Can they play zone? Can they play man? Can they play the run? And can they play the pass? And if you're able to do that, you can change the math on defense. You can do so many different things. And, what we've been talking about is we're not trying to give off these telltale signs. You can run 6-1. You can put that slot defender on the line of scrimmage. You can go 6-1. You can run a 3-4. You can do so many different things on defense. It just really gets your DC, like, I can go, okay, what can I do here? What can I do on this play? What can I do in this situation? So I love it. And for me, it's been fun because, you're not just tied to one thing. I can be back. I can, be on the line of scrimmage. I can be in the box. I can blitz, play man, play zone. But it's difficult at the same time because you have to think there's so many things that you have to think about when you're out there. But at the end of the day, we've been talking about preparation.
There you go.
So just being able to be prepared, be able to do all those things and, go out there, cut it loose and have the confidence to do it.
Now, this team has
just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, That's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so.
The Dodgers have a day off on this Monday before they head to Atlanta for a critical 3-game road set starting tomorrow night at Truist Park against the Braves. We welcome you back to D. Fish and Decker, live right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, and a man that is traveling with those Dodgers to Atlanta, Georgia, joins us now. The Athletics' Fabian Ardaya joining us on this Monday on D. Fish and Decker. Fabian, we appreciate the time. We know that you are traveling at the airport as we speak, so let's dive right in before you have to board and catch that flight to Atlanta. Before we look forward to the series against the Braves, let's look back. We talked about this and building up the sweep against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Yoshi into Skubal, into Snell, 3 straight wins for the Dodgers. What impressed you most about this weekend at the Ravine for Dave Roberts and company?
Yeah, I think you touched upon it. It's the starting rotation. This is the group that the Dodgers were kind of envisioning. This is kind of what they're banking on. Is really, at the end of the day, the offense is going to have their questions. Maybe there's going to be questions about the age of the position player group as a whole, but they're going to have enough starting pitching to really have the edge in any matchup. And that's only going to get stronger with Tyler Glasnow coming off the IL. He's going to start tomorrow in Atlanta. And then Shohei Ohtani will be back on the mound before we know it as well. So, yeah, I think it's starting pitching with Yamamoto obviously throwing the ball really well. Skubal, we saw, especially after the second inning, really turn it on Saturday. And then Snell, he was kind of disappointed with his outing yesterday. It was 6 scoreless dominant innings. So it's really remarkable to see what the Dodgers can put together.
Fabian, looking at this team right now, and I'm completely in agreement with you on this starting staff, but now the question becomes the bullpen, because simply some guys got to be moved. It's already been announced that Eric Lauer is going to be headed to the pen, likely also Justin Robleski when he returns to the team, and Shohei Ohtani obviously looming right now, and Roki Sasaki, I would assume eventually will make his way to the bullpen too, especially as we get closer to October. What exact moves are they planning to make going forward when all of these arms are officially back?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that's a good problem to have, and I do think that, Sasaki will probably be in a relief role come October. Ohtani, I think, is going to be the deciding factor in sort of how they handle some of these other guys in the rotation, how built up he can be. I think they're keeping the option open that he could be built up to about 5 innings by the time October rolls around, but they don't have to. I think the fact that he basically can come in and serve as an opener if he needs to be, or go one time through the order, having that guy at the start of a game and basically being able to save those innings from the rest of your staff while having essentially an extra arm is going to be a huge thing for the Dodgers in October. And I'm sure they can game plan certain games where maybe you have one of these elite starters come in after Ohtani's start to sort of maximize that. And really, I know obviously there's a lot of who's starting what game and whatever, but the Dodgers, it's going to be about carrying the 14 best arms, including Ohtani, and it's clear that a lot of the starting staff is going to make up those 14 arms.
Fabian, Derek Fisher here, man. Appreciate you joining us this morning. We talked a lot over the last several days about, obviously the Lakers and Dodgers alignment with, Mark Walter and the news, and how have you seen and noticed, players, managers, staff, just kind of keeping their heads down and trying to go about business as usual, as new ownership news has also been at the top of people's mind?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that it's really hard to ignore, as much as maybe some people with the Dodgers want to sort of shove that away. Especially, I know Stan Kasten has spoken twice the last couple of weeks, basically saying the Dodgers not for sale. This is not a Dodgers story. It's hard to ignore just that, one, how shocking the Lakers sale was, and two, just how much is still unknown about this situation. I think in the meantime, from a player's standpoint, it's a little bit easier to kind of nudge away from right now, because as of right now, nothing is impacting the Dodgers as of now. And as long as that is the case, you can sort of keep your head down, keep focusing on the task at hand. But yes, this is one of those things that is going to be a question until it's not really with Emily. Obviously, they can say all they want, but they're not going to sell the team. But as much as there's so much uncertainty with Mark Walter, that is going to sort of create uncertainty with what the teams he owns and doesn't own at this point. So it'll be really interesting to watch over the next few months. But at least they can probably know, at least for the short term, for right now, for today, Monday, everything is status quo.
Day by day for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Fabian Ardaya joining us here on D-Fish and Decker on this Monday morning, covering the Dodgers for The Athletic, about to head to Atlanta for a critical road trip that begins tomorrow night for the Dodgers, taking on the Braves. Fabian, before we get to Atlanta, one final question about this homestand. On Friday night, a standing ovation for one Kyle Tucker, who on Saturday snapped an 0-for-26 hitless streak at the Ravine with a 2 RBI single in the fifth. It would be the game-winning runs for the Los Angeles Dodgers. So, Fabian, tell us, did the standing O work for Kyle Tucker?
I still am waiting for him to come out of the slump. I think that's the one part of it. Ultimately, what it causes, I'm not sure anyone's going to care what causes him to come out of a slump. But it's one of the things where you're still waiting for him to really catch fire for the first time all season. So until that happens, we'll see. Obviously, the bats have gotten a little bit better. He lined a pretty sharp single yesterday as well. But you're still waiting for him to have this prolonged stretch where he really catches fire, where we haven't seen it from him. We've seen it from some of the other struggling hitters for the Dodgers. Even Mookie Betts had the red-hot June. Teoscar Hernandez had that stretch before he went on the injured list where he really was catching fire. They really have not had that from Kyle Tucker, so I think that's the one thing they're really waiting on.
You know, is this series coming up against the Braves going to be the real litmus test for this team? Because obviously everyone's saying, oh, it's phenomenal 6 in a row against the Pirates and the Rockies, but that is the Pirates and the Rockies. And after coming off kind of a rough week, facing some teams that look like they're going to be playoff teams, obviously the Braves are looking like one of those playoff teams as they currently lead the East. But as they're currently on the schneid, how serious do you see this as a future matchup for the Dodgers, considering the fact that right now it's still August and both teams are not looking their sharpest?
Yeah, I think in terms of trying to gauge what it looks like for October, it doesn't really matter that much. But in terms of setting the Dodgers up for October, I think it's a huge series. This is a chance to really create some separation for the first round bye. I know it's a 4-game advantage right now. They only trail the Brewers by 1 game for home field advantage. Obviously, it's effectively 2 games with the tiebreakers there, but having a chance to possibly come away from this series if you take the series, it's a 5-game lead. If you sweep the series, it's a 6-game lead. Or if you sort of don't take care of business, all of a sudden the bye remains sort of this real contentious race going into September. So you have a chance to not put things to bed, but to really create some separation going into this final month. And I would argue that the bye is more important to the Dodgers than first round, than the home field advantage, just because of the understanding that this is the oldest position player group in the sport. Having that time off is going to be so valuable to them if they can get it.
Fabian, what's the latest on Shohei Ohtani's potential return to the mound? We're hearing good reports about his progression, and obviously with the addition of Skubal, he's not maybe needed as much. But are the Dodgers really strongly considering getting him back on the mound as soon as possible?
Yeah, and as soon as possibly Sunday. Sunday could be the first day that he could possibly be pitching in the game. It'll only be for 1 inning, but that's what Katie Wu and I reported yesterday in The Athletic is this is going to come a lot faster than people thought it would. Even people with the Dodgers thought it would. I know even after he threw that live session on Saturday, they were kind of pushing off saying he's going to need at least another live session just to sort of get his feet under him before starting in the game. And then yesterday, Dave Roberts said it could be even sooner than that, and obviously we'll see how things line up. But things line up where Sunday would make a lot of sense. Ohtani would be kind of on his regular turn. You'd be able to use possibly Eric Lauer in bulk behind him. I'm not saying they have not set things for Sunday. Things can obviously change. A lot's going to depend on how his bullpen session goes this week. But that's how quickly this could all come together.
Fabian, we talked about the vision the Dodgers had this weekend with Yamamoto, into Skubal, into Snell. We continue to see that vision as everybody is starting to get healthier. What can we expect out of Tyler Glasnow making his first start since early May tomorrow night in Atlanta against the Braves?
Yeah, I think the thing with Glasnow has never been how he's pitched when he's on the mound. It's just a matter of getting him on the mound. And I don't think there's any concern about what he's going to look like stuff-wise. He was dominant during his rehab outing. There's not going to be any restriction on his workload coming off the IL. Remember, this is a guy who was having about to be on pace for the best season of his career by the time he got injured. So this is a guy who very much would be a massive deal. His return would be a massive deal for most rotations. And for the Dodgers team, it feels like, just another one added to the pile. But like that's just how good Tyler Glasnow is. And he has a chance to really be a difference maker down the stretch. And in October, it's going to be really interesting to see how they use him. Do they start him some games? Do they use him maybe to follow an Ohtani start? There's a lot of different ways that they can use him. And remember last year, they used him in that hybrid role as well, using him as a starter, using him as a reliever. He closed out Game 6 of the World Series.
Yes, he certainly did. Fabian Ardaya joining us here on D. Fish and Decker, covering the Dodgers for the Athletics. Fabian, safe travels to Atlanta. Enjoy the week.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Appreciate Fabian Ardaya here on this Monday on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. The question we answer for you next: did Cody Decker's heart stop late on a Sunday afternoon following practice reports around Ashton Genty's injury with the Las Vegas Raiders? We will update the latest that you need to know here on D. Fitch and Decker on the other side of the break.
Many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid, but those parents they don't know any better, and I feel like it's important, and honestly I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Rod, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, get him a trainer with that price and, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape. And whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Mm-hmm. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to, when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better. And then a guy like Cameron Carr can shoot the basketball. That's a part of his makeup. I want to say the best part of his game, because he's a really good athlete as well. Guys that shoot the ball well in the summer, but the rhythm of the season, the pace of the season physically starts to wear on you. So you're going to have a lot of nights where you don't shoot the ball well just because your body is adjusting to how strenuous it is to do the job. To play even 6 minutes in a big-time NBA game is very different than a summer league game.
Just because of the pressure, surroundings.
Yeah, the size of the guys. It's like playing against a minor league pitcher and then all of a sudden Tarik Skubal's on the mound.
Flat out different.
Yeah, it's just different. Some guys can just hit the baseball. Whether it's Tarik Skubal or a minor league pitcher, single A, double A, this guy can hit. I think Cameron Carr is a guy that can shoot the basketball no matter what the situation is. And because of the length and height that he has, I think he'll primarily be able to get his shot off consistently, even against better defenses, longer players, etc. I don't think it's so much about the points or the numbers. He won't get 16 shots in the game for 3 years possibly.
So, but now we know he's capable, so that's nice.
If that's the volume he's accustomed to in college, and then when the season starts and the ball's going to be in Luka's hands, the ball's going to be in Austin Reeves' hands, the ball's going to be in Colin Sexton's hands, Walker Kessler's hands, before you even get to Cameron Carr, that volume and that rhythm in his shooting won't be there. Ultimately, flashes of these things in the summer, it's still better to see it than to not see it.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I give giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh.
Or
yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
Okay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand.
D. Fish and Decker on this Monday morning on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Cody Decker. He is Derek Fisher. I am Ben Stevens. So answer the question that we teased right before the break. Like all of us sitting on our couches on a Sunday, some already doing their fantasy football drafts, we got the report that the Las Vegas Raiders had to help Ashton Genty off the practice turf yesterday, could not put any weight on his injured right leg. The Raiders do a prayer circle. It feels as though this could be the end of the season before year number 2 for Genty even began. Did your heart stop?
Wouldn't say my heart stopped, but I definitely thought, yeah, that should happen to the Raiders. Why not? Why not ruin the one good offensive thing that looked like it was coming into this season? That would have been Ashton Genty for his sophomore season, because last year left a lot to be desired. And I firmly have been behind Ashton Genty throughout the entire process, because everyone's like, well, what a bust was he? Yeah, he broke every single possible tackle behind the line of scrimmage he could just to muster out 2 yards at a time at his best days. This go right now, he's averaging over 6 yards per carry. He looks fantastic. He looks jacked to the gills. Good Lord, how much muscle this guy put on.
Like you in the gym.
Like me in the gym. I really appreciated what this guy had been doing for himself. I was fired up for this season. Of course, I was a little worried when I saw the news. I thought, based on how they reacted, we were going to hear an ACL tear, MCL, something with the knee. Finding out it was ankle, I felt a little better about it. But then again, I'm sitting around going, okay, well, is this that situation over there with the New York Giants last year with that clown who constantly does backflips after post-ankle injury? Good news, we don't know yet, considering the fact they haven't said that his ankle was ripped off. And it's looking like he will be back at some point this season. When will that be? I don't really think it matters. This team is racing for 6, baby. This is going for 6 wins. The over-under for this team is 5.5 in the most devastating division in the NFL, and they have the hardest record in the NFL. At the end of the day, how much does this impact their season? None. None and zero. How much does it affect the future of Ashton Genty? We shall see, because I think the Raiders' future is bright, and I think Ashton Genty's a big part of that.
Heart nearly stopped, but then a sigh of relief as just a few hours later the reports trickled in that it is a sprained right ankle for Ashton Genty. To Cody's point, they are unsure what that timetable is for his return, when he will be back for the Raiders, if it will be prior to week 1, that is now 20 days away, but they do not fear it is considered a long-term injury. That is really good news. Have you ever sprained your ankle and thought that it was broken? Like on the basketball floor, I feel like that's got to happen all the time.
Yes, and it was actually broken.
Oh,
so then
well,
I didn't,
So you thought you sprained it, and it was then actually broken.
I just thought my ankle had exploded. I didn't know exactly what happened. And then Yeah, I later found out it was broken, but I never stopped playing.
How long was the recovery for that?
What do you mean?
There never was a
No recovery?
No.
When did this happen? Was it in a game?
Yeah, it was in a game in college. I was driving left towards the baseline. I went to stop, and my left ankle just exploded. And then, and after, a few minutes of excruciating pain, and then, you get up, you go to the bench or whatever. I'm in college. I'm at a small school. There's no budget for trying to figure out what actually happened.
Yeah.
So I just kind of continued to play.
Shout out Little Rock, though.
It wasn't until many years later.
Many years.
I was at a doctor's appointment, and he was like, "Did you know that you broke your this bone at some point?" And I was like, it took me back to that.
Did you
play.
know immediately when he said, "Did you know that you broke your bone?" You're like, "Yeah, I know what happened."
Once he said it, then I started thinking back to what experiences I'd had and what the pain I felt in that area. And that's when I was like, it was broken. That's what I
So the worst injury I had in my career. Now, keep in mind, in my entire life, I have a torn UCL still to this day. I have multiple tears in my rotator cuff, separated my left shoulder, lost these 2 nails in my front 2 fingers on a ground ball that got up and got my nails, and a bunch of plethora of other injuries, right? The worst injury I ever had. The worst, and it's not even close. It was a grade 3 ankle sprain. It was supposed to be a 6 months recovery. I got back in 3. I was probably coming back at about 35%, but I was a guy that wasn't paid a lot of money, and I was not afforded amount of time to have off, so I had to get back out on the field no matter what. It is the injury that to this day affects my daily life every single day. It is brutal. They told me it would have been better if I did fracture it in multiple places.
Yeah. All of our athletic prowess pretty equal in terms of what we have done at the pinnacle of our athletic careers, I would say, because my junior year of high school football, I think it's all pretty even, right? Just us 3 guys hanging out here on this desk.
Telling them war stories.
I fractured my right ankle during practice in the most embarrassing of ways. It was a fumble drill.
Oh.
And I was going down to recover a fumble, and I had the wrong sorts of cleats for the field turf at Calabasas High School, and it stuck. I think you can imagine the rest.
Brutal.
But they didn't really care that I was injured because I was the backup quarterback.
Well,
so they're like, all right, go keep
how
scoring
about
up
saying
there.
how
I'm
you
like,
get injured from the bench?
It was a fumble drill. I told you in practice. It takes everybody pulling on the same rope, Raj, for your team to finish with 2 wins. And I did what I could for the Calabasas Coyotes.
Powerhouse over there at Calabasas, baby.
Now they're a lot better than they were back in my heyday. Can I ask you a question? The Lakers medical staff never uncovered this broken ankle as they were getting ready to select you in the first round of the 1996 NBA draft?
No, because it wasn't still broken. I mean,
and also, thank God. Also, thank God they didn't uncover that.
They had done whatever healing their bones do. And, but I think it did eventually, because I had right foot stress fracture issues around 2000, 2001.
To compensate for the left?
Yes.
Still won an NBA championship, though.
Yeah, quite a few.
Yeah, you did. 5 to be exact. 5 of those rings.
Numero 5.
You ever wear all the rings at once?
No.
Damn, that'd be pretty cool.
He won't tell me where they are.
Oh, that's probably smart.
No, I'm going to find them.
We'll talk about it.
Nicholas Cage. National treasure. Raj, what do we got, by the way, as we get ready to play 3 the hard way, if we can make ourselves laugh today?
That's right, you will laugh because it is the birthday of my favorite comedian. That's right, Dave Chappelle. So it made me think of 3 the hard way. Just because it's my favorite doesn't mean it's your favorite. There's a lot of comedians. So we got to come up with 3 the hard way. Now, the list I have for you gentlemen is, of course, Dave Chappelle, Richard Pryor, George Carlin, or Eddie Murphy. Who is your favorite? So you remember 2 or 3 are safe. So, Fish, give me your number 1. What you got as number 1? Who's your fave out of that list?
Man.
Numero 1.
I would probably
Thank you, Lindsay.
Go, seriously. Man, this is tough. I'll probably go Eddie Murphy for me.
Eddie Murphy for you, number 1. Okay, feel you there. Cody, what you got, my man?
You know, it's going to be hard. I'm going back and forth in my head between who my number 1 is, and it's between 2 very specifically. But I'm going to go with number 1 of all time. I'm going to go with George Carlin, but man, it's been back and forth between him and another one.
Okay. Who's safe for you?
Number 1 for me is Eddie Murphy. And his stand-up is great, but Daddy Daycare is one of the great films of all time.
What? You're going to mention an Eddie Murphy movie. You went Daddy Daycare?
Am I going to have to cut I'm cutting your mic off for 30 seconds.
I would have rather you go Vampire in Brooklyn.
All right. So let's.
Número dos.
Well, you're off for 30. You're in the penalty box. You can't talk for 30 seconds. Fisher, who's your number 2? Who's safe number 2?
I would go.
Dude said Daddy Daycare.
Yeah, I'll probably go.
I'm putting myself back in. That's a great movie. I'm out now.
It is not. It is not.
Fish, give me number 2 and ignore these idiots.
Yeah, I'll probably go Dave Chappelle at 2.
Okay,
all
right.
I want to go. I'll go Dave Chappelle.
All right, don't spoil those. All right, who's your number 2 now, Cody?
Because I was going back and forth for number 1. I'm going Richard Pryor, number 2, and if you catch me in 20 seconds, he'll be number 1 again.
Yeah, it's tough, right? We're looking for their favorite comedians 3 the hard way, of course, Chappelle's birthday. So is it Chappelle, Richard Pryor, George Carlin, or Eddie Murphy? Different lists, different folks. Who you got, Ben?
Oh, I'm back in now?
Yeah, you're able to play.
All right,
again.
Dave
You
Chappelle,
say some
number
dumb
2.
ish
That's
again,
it.
I'm
Nope,
cutting
just
you
Dave Chappelle, number 2.
Okay.
That's it. Not going to mention any movie. What was it? No, I was going to ask.
Half-Baked was his movie.
No, he was a supporting actor, though, in a serious film. It was like with Bradley Cooper.
Silver Linings Playbook.
Thank you, Silver Linings Playbook.
See,
That's what I
look at
thought.
Fish knows what it is. All right, Fish. So that means
I
someone
don't
is
get muted for that. All right, fine.
someone is
That was a
not
good movie.
not saved.
Academy Award nominated film.
Fish, who is
Daddy
off
Daycare.
your list? Your first 2 were Chappelle and Eddie Murphy, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then 3 would be Richard Pryor.
All right, Richard Pryor is on
no
your list.
disrespect to George Carlin, but I didn't see a lot of his material, growing up and in younger years. But Richard Pryor would be 3.
All right.
Listen, this
Cody?
is once again very tough, but only because Pluto Nash is just such an amazing movie. I'm going with Eddie Murphy, obviously, because of the great movies of the late 2000s, specifically of Eddie Murphy, like Pluto Nash, Daddy Daycare, Norbit. All his best work.
Norbit. No, wait. What's the one where he was? Never mind. I can't think.
The fat guy is in Norbit.
No, I didn't like that one. The one with Steve, or the comedian with the white hair.
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin.
Oh, Bowfinger.
Yeah, I love
love
that.
Bowfinger.
Yeah, Bowfinger
That's a
was
different
good.
conversation. That's a great movie.
Daddy Daycare is better than both.
All right, what do you got?
I will not stand
All
for
right,
this.
who's saved?
You guys were really mad at me because I mentioned Daddy Daycare. I don't really know George Carlin or Richard Pryor. I know the names. I haven't seen their work. So I'll go with George Carlin, number 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I give you my favorite stand-up comedian of all time?
By all means.
I wonder if this is going to make anybody mad. Jim Gaffigan.
I don't know why that would make anyone mad, but interesting choice. I like Jim Gaffigan. Interesting choice.
Fun fact about Jim Gaffigan. Played tight end for Purdue football.
Did not know that.
Fun fact.
Look at you. Look at you with the information.
Guys, what do you think about the breaking news that came out earlier out of Cleveland? Of course, they named a starting quarterback. It was the quarterback battle for the ages, folks. Shedeur Sanders versus Deshaun Watson. And, of course, Deshaun Watson named the starter. Cody, what are your feelings on this?
I think it's absolutely hilarious. I love that they're justifying the contract. They're going to do what they're going to do. And quite frankly, this sounds like the Haslams just got on a horn, said, Monken, make the decision that we told you to make.
We did predict this, though. I thought weeks ago we said because
did.
of the contract, you got to kind of give him a shot, don't you?
You have kind of no choice. And honestly, if Shedeur Sanders absolutely ran away with it last year, obviously, that is Pro Bowler Shedeur Sanders. I am aware, but I can't stress enough, boy, oh boy, if he ran away with it, we'd be a different conversation, but I still kind of can't believe it's reality that we're going to see Deshaun Watson on game 1.
177 yards per game in the 19 that he has played over the span of 3 seasons for the Cleveland Browns. 19 touchdowns to 12 interceptions and a completion percentage of 61%. When he was 5 of 12 on Saturday in the Browns' second preseason game, he was booed to no end in Cleveland. He doesn't think it has anything to do with the performance. It has a lot of other things to do with it as well, but it's also your performance because you're just not good at playing quarterback anymore. Deshaun Watson. Nobody as good as Justin Herbert, of course, as we learned earlier in the show.
Best to ever do it.
As well. Best quarterback in NFL history. Plenty more to come on DJ Decker. Up next.
For Bill Clinton, so that would be hilarious.
I'm Brett for Bill Riders.
Yeah.
Those Bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Stay away from Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay. Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column, and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once, as a very aggressive reporter, march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So
good.
you interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him go into the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
yeah. All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go with the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know, so I'll
weird.
just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just go on? There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did? What did he tell you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier.
What do you take away from that?
It was really, more for him to kind of just continue to do the things that I've kind of shared with you guys. And so he looked great, and he still continued to go through his process. No new news on that front.
You have said, the arrow is pointing upward.
Yep.
Is this just another step in that, or do you
It
think
is.
that just solidifies things?
No, I think we've had we've had a plan in place for a while, like I've kind of told you guys, and the workout was one of those things. And really, it was kind of semantical to be able to use the equipment and things like that to fall under the legalities of CBA. And so he's very deliberate and intentional about what this looks like. I'm careful to say, things are going in the right direction. He's feeling good, but we're not to where we are able to say whether or not he is or isn't ready to do it. But he's doing great, and he looked outstanding, as I think all of us would.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills.
It is
Aaron
9
Donald, the guy
a.m.
that
in LA.
everybody's anticipating.
You are Adam, and the Dodgers are not today because they have the day off on this Monday before a 3-game road trip to Atlanta to take on the Braves. It is D. Fish and Decker. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. In a matter of moments, Derek Fisher will be back here on this desk as well. That was a quick commercial.
Very quick.
Normally ahead of 9 a.m., it allows the guys to go out, maybe get a sip of water, some coffee. There he is. Hey, D-Fish. Quick commercial break today.
We weren't exactly.
Listen, this guy's got like a 19-hour day ahead of him, and he can't even go out to get a cup of water.
Pretty crazy.
See what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Ben pulling up on us.
Well, hey.
All of a sudden we got new start times and schedule changes and stuff. Dang.
Ben not responsible for any logistical things happening right now.
It's another fine, Fisher. Another fine.
You have been fined for being late numerous times here at the new 97.1 The Fan?
One time I think Raj tried to sneak me.
Tried.
Yeah.
He tried.
But it's okay.
Raj can hand out fines? He's playing the siren.
He thinks he can. But listen, look, we're getting a pot together. We'll probably get some beers or something with the money.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, no, we're getting some out of it.
All right.
Yeah, no, there's a positivity at the end of this whole thing.
Mitch crashes the stream. We add to the pot?
All the time. Mitch actually owes us thousands of dollars.
Hey, we about to be rich.
Yeah.
Hey, we about to retire on this joint.
Mitch, what's it like to not get a paycheck this next week? That's going to be tough, huh?
Sorry, Mitch.
I'm not.
I did that too.
I'll take your money.
That was me. I did that. All right, we're all back now. We're all ready to go.
Technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dodgers sweep the Pirates.
That is
pretty good.
That is a thing that took place.
Pretty good weekend for the Dodgers
Pitchers
at
look
the
good.
Ravine. Pitchers looked very good. Yoshinobu Yamamoto on Friday, 6 1/3, 2 earned, did not record the victory. The Dodgers walk it off in 10, courtesy of Tommy Edman. Tarik Skubal makes his 4th start in a Dodger uniform, his 3rd inside Dodger Stadium, and he gets his 1st win. Despite allowing 3 earned in the opening frame, he backs that up, going 7 strong. 11 punch-outs for the 2-time reigning American League Cy Young winner. And then on Sunday in the finale, 6 innings of shutout work from Blake Snell. 3 starts since his return from the IL, and Cody Decker, he has been incredible. He has allowed 2 earned runs in 18 innings in those 3 outings. I'm no mathematician, so I went to the ERA calculator. That's a 1 flat ERA. Pretty good stuff out of Blake Snell.
In my opinion, absolutely great stuff. In everyone else's opinion, absolutely great stuff from Blake Snell. Everyone believes Blake Snell's pitching his ass off, except one person. Blake Snell. Oh boy, can we listen to what Blake Snell had to say after the game? Because this is just another one of the many reasons I love Blake Snell.
Yeah, no, I was definitely just got to be better. Got to be in his zone more, get first pitch strike, land off speed. Like seeing their game plan against me, I should have adjusted quicker. So yeah, just I got a lot to work on still.
Is that what?
Work on what? You're dominating.
2 hits.
Dominant.
3 walks. He could be better. He is not wrong in saying such a thing.
If he's perfect, he would be better. That is true.
Yep. He needs to work on that. But he really has been incredible.
Incredible.
Again, 18 innings of work in those 3 starts since his return. He has won his last 2. He has a 1.00 ERA. And D-Fish, I think for Dodger fans this weekend, watching a 3-game sweep of the Pirates is great. It was the 10th sweep of this season for the Dodgers. Watching now a 6-game win streak, matching a season best for the Dodgers is great. But everything is about tuning in the right direction toward October. And when you have Yamamoto into Skubal, into Snell, and you win all 3 games, and all 3 of those pitchers go out there and absolutely hurl, that is what Dodger fans have been waiting for, because we haven't seen this pitching staff at full strength, and it's starting to get right there as September is just a few days away.
Yeah, and it's great. It's great to have the ability to win a couple 1-run games, right? Where Yamamoto and Skubal, kind of pitch well, but the Dodgers also have to battle to win the games. And then the depth at the top of the pitching lineup to be able to then bring a 3rd starter that is elite, that it just makes it difficult. Even now when you start to envision playoff series, and it's like you grind out a big game 1 win, 1 run, a big game 2 win, 1 run, and then all of a sudden you get to game 3 and the other team's trying to figure out who can they go to to get them out of this 0-2
and
hole.
Here's Blake Snell.
And here's Blake Snell. Welcome to playing the Dodgers.
Oh, and game 4 would probably be Shohei Ohtani.
Right.
Or Tyler Glasnow.
So that's where, that depth is really going to pay off. And getting a glimpse of it over the weekend was really good. We can lament all we want. It was the Pirates or it was the Rockies or who, the team that the Dodgers were playing against. But the idea of them being able to roll out that level of consistency on the mound is going to be key, because as you guys know, the bats are always going to kind of go hot and cold, similar to shooting in basketball and other sports, where it's just you can't rely on offensively just taking teams out that way. And the Dodgers will have the ability to kind of force people to go cold by throwing out just good pitching day after day.
Yeah, and we are starting to see this now because, at least this year, one of the storylines for the Dodgers have been the slew of pitching injuries. Blake Snell did not start the year on the active roster, dealing with shoulder soreness coming over from spring training. Tyler Glasnow, Shohei Ohtani, Yoshi Yamamoto, great to begin the year. Both Glasnow and Snell basically go on the IL in a 4-day span in early May. It's what has led to Justin Robleski being an all-star and Eric Lauer looking lights out as a Los Angeles Dodger, or at least LA winning 11 of the 12 games of which he has appeared in. But Cody, now this is the vision. This is what everybody can point to and say, if we are going to win a third consecutive World Series, this is what the starting staff is starting to look like. And it's a good problem for Dave Roberts to have because he has so many options to choose from in terms of how he's going to construct his starting rotation come October.
And that's the starting staff. And that's what's the most amazing thing about this. Constructing his starting staff is a playground for Dave Roberts. But here's the thing. You know what really wins you World Series, what really wins you championships? It's your bullpen. Bullpens are really the thing that gets you done. Now, if you have starters that are going 7+ innings every single time, that bucks the system. And obviously, this is a pitching staff that can go 7 or 8+ every single time, especially if they're on. That being said, now with this starting staff, it's going to dissipate their starters into the bullpen. And this is already a team that's got a top 10 bullpen in Major League Baseball. Just looking at this team right now, they're tied for 6th right now in save conversion rate. Bullpen ERA, they're in the top 10. They're in the top, they're 5th right now in strikeouts as a pitching staff, especially out of the bullpen. And their pitching run value, +32. That's first in Major League Baseball. And these are relievers we're likely not going to see in October because the starting staff is going to be moved into the bullpen, which is an incredible problem to have for a team that already got a top 5, top 10 bullpen in Major League Baseball. This puts them at -3 when it comes to the top 10 in Major League Baseball when bullpens.
Yeah, and we're going to see that bullpen change. Who is the closer? Is it Tanner Scott? What is Edwin Diaz's role by the time we get to October? We know Roki Sasaki can get the job done. 9 outings in relief in last year's World Series run with 3 saves and a .84 ERA. We've even seen Tyler Glasnow record saves. He got the save in Game 6 of the 2025 World Series. He came on with runners on second and third and recorded the final 3 outs of that game. So Dave Roberts has often spoken about the idea of by the time he is filling out that postseason roster, the 26-man roster, having the 14 best arms available, and that does not include, for roster purposes, Shohei Ohtani as well, which is an additional advantage for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Seeing how this weekend played out, the sweep of the Buccos at home, with those 3 starters going back-to-back-to-back in Yamamoto, Skubal, and Snell, here's what Doc had to say following the weekend about having all of these aces ready and available.
We're pitching well. Starting pitching has been fantastic. It's good to see Blake follow up Skubal's outing, Yamamoto's outing, and just getting us into the game, chance to win and be able to, with the off day Thursday, the off day tomorrow, the bullpen's in a good spot. I thought Henriquez has really been throwing the baseball well. It was, good to see the guys come in, and Brock's been great. And so, Alex worked out of a leadoff walk situation, but I thought the ball was coming out well. Velocity was up. So, all around good outing, and, it was hot today. So it was just good to see Blake be efficient.
Sportsnet LA, courtesy there with the sound. And D-Fish, you have been a coach in those locker rooms. You understand what it's like dealing with different personalities. Tarik Skubal has been the guy, the ace, the entirety of his Major League Baseball career. He might pitch Game 3 for the Dodgers this time around. Blake Snell started Game 1 of the World Series last year. It might be somebody different in 2026 if the Dodgers reach that stage. How good is Dave Roberts about managing the personalities of his star-studded team and that star-studded starting rotation?
I mean, he's been, when you talk about one of the best to ever do it, like, this is what we're talking about. Like, Dave Roberts has found ways with different types of teams to just continue to succeed at the highest levels. Most seasons end without a World Series title. The greatest managers, coaches have lost more than they've won when you really think about the numbers. Even John Wooden spent a decade or more not winning NCAA championships before winning 10 in a row. So it's not easy to just, get wins regardless of the talent level. But Dave Roberts has, because of how he shows up authentically as himself on a day-to-day basis, I think it allows him to really be able to have human conversations with his players that are unique. He knows the game. It's not as though he doesn't have his coach speak language, but he's also able to talk like a regular person and connect with you and relate with you in ways that I think make him really, really special at his job. You know, having been a guy that was a glue guy and a role player and did a lot of the intangible things for the teams he played on, I think it gives you a very, very unique and deep appreciation for every player that you ever get to coach or manage. And that energy comes across in how he works with all of his guys. Like, he knows from his experience how valuable every single member of the team is. And he makes the guys feel that way. Like, the trust that we've talked about him showing in all of his guys, they genuinely feel it. Even if they're not getting a lot of the opportunity they would get in other situations, they know it's not because Dave Roberts doesn't believe in them. It's just the way the roster is constructed. That's why you're not being asked to do these things. But I know how great you are. And to be able to have all of these guys feeling the way they feel, and being able to step up as needed, is really remarkable the way he's able to do it.
Yeah, no, Dave Roberts has shown over and over and over again who exactly he is. And I think those years where he did, quote unquote, fail as a manager, where the Dodgers kept falling short. I mean, I never learned a single thing in baseball by being successful in baseball. I learned everything I ever did well in baseball by failing at it a dozen times before I got an opportunity to do it again, to where I was borderline an expert, looking at something as simple as pinch hitting. Maybe the most complicated, most difficult thing I'd ever been asked to do in my entire life. My first time going to the big leagues, that was the role they put me in, and I didn't know what to do. I've never pinch hit a day in my life. It's a learned skill you have to learn, and it took me years to actually learn it. By the time I actually learned it, it was a little late for me. I wasn't in the big leagues anymore. But it is phenomenal to see how Dave Roberts has his guys back. It's phenomenal to see how he works with his guys. He was my bench coach in San Diego. I've had the opportunity to know Dave Roberts for 20-plus years now. And Dave Roberts, everything you guys see on screen is very much reality. He is not any different to everybody. He treats every single player the same, whether they are the biggest superstar in the world or they're the lowest guy humanly possible. He makes those low guys feel like they are that superstar, and he makes them believe in themselves. And he can get the very best out of his players. Look no further what we saw this weekend from Alex Thomas, who is a guy who was basically a cast-off over there by the Arizona Diamondbacks. Played in the World Series, a phenomenal ball player, and now is getting an opportunity to reinvent himself with the Los Angeles Dodgers, not unlike the same way Justin Turner did it, not unlike the way Max Muncy did it, not unlike the way Tommy Edman did it. When we got Tommy Edman wasn't some sweet deal that everybody was like, oh, the series is ours now. Tommy Edman put himself in a position that he almost single-handedly won the Dodgers a World Series at one point.
Yeah.
I can't stress enough how the Dodgers take guys that are cast-offs from other places and makes them the very best version of themselves. We were talking about the 2024 World Series, about how the Dodgers didn't have their pitching staff really at all. Game one of that World Series thrown by Jack Flaherty, who did not have a good year. Tyler Glasnow wasn't available. There was no Shohei Ohtani. Michael Kopech started a World Series game. I mean, that's what Dave Roberts has been able to do. Find all of these island of misfit toys guys to play with the superstars, and it's the most well-oiled machine I've ever seen.
And who was that 2024 National League Championship Series MVP? Tommy Edman.
God.
Because you get all of that from the Dodgers. It has been the depth, in large part this year, with the injuries to the superstars that have carried the water for the Dodgers to now have a 4-game lead on the Atlanta Braves for that second spot in the National League playoff standings, and of course, earning that opening round bye. Yesterday's win against the Buccos, the 80th of this season for the Dodgers. You mentioned Alec Thomas, called up in a tough spot because Andy Pa has fractured left hand, out for at least a month by reports from a pitch that he was hit by from Pittsburgh starter Bubba Chandler on Friday night. Alec Thomas was in a tough spot. Late in May, DFA'd by the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Dodgers pick him up. They keep him at the development facility in Glendale to work on his swing. They send him to the Maven Baseball Lab in Atlanta to figure out what wasn't working after his first 5 years of his MLB career in Arizona and what might continue to work for the Dodgers. How important is that for this Dodger team to get those contributions from guys that you're not expecting interesting or are not the big ticket prizes.
Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. Because there was even a question in the chat where I do understand this. Why not bring up someone like DePaula to play the outfield? And I think there's a combination of a lot of reasons why they didn't bring up their top prospect, DePaula from AA. One, you don't want to start his clock earlier than you need to because then he's going to hit free agency faster, and that is something the Dodgers probably aren't all that interested in it. Two, asking a young prospect to join this team and learn how to be a big leaguer while they're in the midst of not only a pennant run, but going for a three-peat is a tall order to ask of a young guy, especially if he struggles right out the gate. And also, putting him on means you have to take somebody else off the roster, which adds another can of worms of who you got to pull off. At the end of the day, I think bringing up Alex Thomas, this is exactly the reason they picked him up off the waivers when they did. For this exact moment, for anybody in the outfield that goes down, we need a guy with World Series experience that we can just put into this team and let's be seamless. And so far, seamless. 2 games, 2 RBIs, couple of hits.
Yeah.
Exactly what the Dodgers needed.
Dodgers offense was a little bit stagnant early against Jared Jones on Saturday. Alec Thomas helped them break through. Kyle Tucker had the 2 RBI single in the home half of the 5th that delivered the game-winning runs. It's D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Derek Fisher. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. And Fish, last week we talked about following the sweep at Coors against the Rockies. Okay, cool. You beat the Rockies. You handled business as it was laid out to you. Can you continue that momentum following a day off this weekend at the Ravine? They do just that. They will travel to Atlanta today, that being the Dodgers, to take on the Braves in a critical series, as Fabian Ardaya, who joined us here in the third hour, said, to continue to widen that gap where the Dodgers have the 4-game advantage in front of Atlanta to earn the opening round bye come October. How do Dave Roberts and his Dodger club continue the momentum into tomorrow and into the series against the Braves?
Just staying focused on the little things, that they can't control, right? When you're watching the standings, sometimes you can get caught up giving too much energy and power to external variables. Mm-hmm. And in reality, the best way to control the standings is to control yourself. To, like he mentioned in the sound, like, we're pitching well. We're throwing the ball well. Obviously timely hits from, Kyle Tucker and guys being able to step up. Alec Thomas being able to get timely hits and get guys in to score. Like, all those things are going to matter. But that's what you remain focused on. Playing on the road in baseball, which I can, playing on the road in basketball, like, the crowd is different. There are all these different variables, but the dimensions of the court are the same.
Yeah.
Playing on the road in baseball, like, these guys are seeing different fields.
Oh, yeah, we are.
The wall is taller, shorter. The wind that comes through the park is different. Like, so playing on the road is not necessarily, the same, exact thing. But the Dodgers going on the road and with Glasnow, we'll see, like, how does that game go for him returning to the mound, and then Sasaki and Yamamoto in the second and third game of the series. But it's a big series, and I've oftentimes thought that as a veteran team, this time, like, there's certain series, certain matchups, there's certain times in the calendar where, like, it gets your blood flowing in different ways than other games. And so I'm anxious to see how the Dodgers treat this 3-game series. Like, if they really treat it like it's a playoff series, because it's hard to replicate especially when you've been to the World Series 2 years in a row and you've won them. It's hard to replicate the level of focus and the adrenaline and the tension and anxiety that comes with being in those games in any regular season game you ever play in after that.
Yeah.
So this series, to me, sets up as one of those, like, you can kind of get a dress rehearsal from what a LDS might feel like, right? Or a league championship series might feel like. And so I want to see how the Dodgers handle that this next few days.
Listen, going into Atlanta, it's a hostile work environment over there, especially if you're a Dodger. I'm looking forward to seeing that, except for one guy we'll get a hero's welcome, like always, which will be Freddie Freeman, which I look forward to seeing. I love dangling Freddie Freeman in front of any Braves fan. It drives them nuts because I don't even remember Atlanta Brave Freddie Freeman at this point. Guy's going to go in the Hall of Fame as a Dodger at this point. He spent 10 years in Atlanta.
Yeah. They'd win a World Series there, too.
Matt Olson's also having himself a phenomenal year, a bounce-back year that he desperately desperately needed. He currently is in the tie with the lead of Major League home runs at 6 right now, or 35. This is a hell of a test right here. Is it going to be the end-all, be-all? Absolutely not. But the Dodgers right now have tied their season high with 6 straight games. See if they can get their hands on 7. They have the pitching staff to do it. A very unique opportunity to see Tyler Glasnow.
Yeah.
I really don't know what we're going to see out of Tyler Glasnow. So I'm not going to put a ton of validity into game 1. It's going to be game 2 and 3 of this series. I'm going to have my eyes on a little bit more with the absolute intrigue around Tyler.
Glasnow expected to make the start tomorrow to open up the series in the ATL. It will be his first since May 6th in his most recent rehab start at AAA Oklahoma City. 5 1/3, 73 pitches. Only 1 earned and 1 hit. Let me ask you guys quickly. In those locker rooms, even for these regular season series, the guys get up when they feel it's a little bit more significant?
It just depends on the situation. I would like to believe yes. I would like to believe everybody's going to have their hair on fire, ready to go out and beat all that ass. But also, it is August 24th. Dave Roberts came on this show and very, very clearly discussed what this team is about. They are built for October. But those of you that have been panicking about the Los Angeles Dodgers, 2 straight World Series in a row for this team. This season is the fastest they've gone to 80 wins in all 3 years.
That is a very important point for positioning. These guys will get up, you feel, for this big series against the Braves. That will be the calling card in the clubhouse?
I think so. To Cody's point, there's a lot of baseball still left to play in this regular season. But when you look ahead at their matchups, This one sits as kind of like that last chance to face like what you would feel like is an elite opponent.
Yep.
Not because the other teams can't win baseball games, but like this one because of its impact on that seeding and having the bye or not, you're still pushing to get the best record in the National League, possibly still in the league overall. This one sits out a little different to me. I feel like for 3 games,
for sure,
light the hair on fire, go get it, and then if you want to kind of peel back some and manage it differently, then I'm on board with that.
162 in Major League Baseball. The Dodgers have played 131. Just over 30 remain. And this series against the Braves is only one other that they have on the docket against a scheduled National League playoff team. That's the Padres, and they're second to last of the regular season. The quarterback battle for the backup spot in Los Angeles with those Rams. Who has the edge? Stetson Bennett or Ty Simpson? We'll tell you next here on Deep Fish and Decker.
To make a return to the NFL. Actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again, it's all I could ask for, honestly.
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magical
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue,
don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo, I'm back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when you it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before. but it's an interesting, have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. That's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi's the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there.
Pick-up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete, and Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, I know you coming for my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. It just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that yeah, bro.
You ever talk to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not? And those of you that are mad, let me start by saying, shut up. Just shut up. If you're mad, how about this? If you're mad about the Tarik Skubal trade, let's start with something.
You can see that was a complete game. You guys did a great job. All 3 phases really putting it together. Not to be taken for granted, man, but awesome job. So proud of everybody in here. Stetson Bennett, get a breakdown.
Here we go. Great job, boys. Here we go. Rams on 3. 1, 2, 3. Rams.
Stetson Bennett breaking it down after the Rams blanked the Saints on Saturday in their second preseason game, winning at SoFi 34-0. We welcome you back to D. Fish and Decker on this Monday. The backup quarterback battle is basically the only positional battle for the Los Angeles Rams entering 2026 in a season that will be defined by Super Bowl aspirations. Still have to figure out who QB number 2 is on the roster. In preseason game number 2, it was Stetson Bennett playing the entirety of the opening half. Ty Simpson got the second half. And in that first half, Bennett, 19 of 31, 181 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. Ty Simpson played the whole second half, 8 of 12, Cody, 73 yards. Did lead a scoring drive for a touchdown in the fourth and final quarter. Who has the edge right now as the backup behind Matthew Stafford? Stetson Bennett or Ty Simpson?
Well, I think it's been Stetson Bennett right out the gate from jump because, frankly, this guy's been in this offense. He knows this offense. He knows his coaching staff. The head coach, Sean McVay, knows him quite well. And quite frankly, you hear in Sean McVay's voice, he was actually fired up for Stetson Bennett having such an outing as that. The whole Ty Simpson thing, listen, I get it for the future and the aspect of the future aspect, but I'm having trouble getting there why this is even a conversation. Stetson Bennett has already been in this organization. He knows this offense. And if you're going to go with somebody and a team that's a win now mentality, not a win in 3 years mentality, win right this second, because look at this team, we need to win right this second. It's Stetson Bennett. Now, that being said, I don't think the answer to the question is who's going to lead them to Super Bowl, Ty Simpson or Stetson Bennett. If my choice, gun to my head, is between these two, It's going Stetson Bennett.
If Matthew Stafford gets hurt, this season is going to go off the rails. But you could basically say that for every single NFL organization if their starting quarterback gets injured, at least if they have those Super Bowl expectations. What do you think the Rams... What?
Oh, no, it just registered that, like, in the NFL, that's accepted.
Yeah.
I would say in college football, they're maybe accepted as well.
Like
if your starting quarterback goes down, the
done.
chances,
You know,
but in the NBA, that's not accepted.
No, of course, you need depth. It's 10, 11 guys.
No, but I'm from a coaching perspective.
Yeah.
If the starting quarterback of the Rams goes down,
See ya.
Sean McVay doesn't get questioned about his coaching job.
No, he does not.
He lost his starting quarterback.
Right.
But in basketball, people, they don't care as much.
No.
If your main guys are out. I was just.
You would hope you would take that into consideration, right?
Sure
Like,
would.
Luka Doncic didn't play in the playoffs for the Lakers, so when they're swept by the Thunder, it's like, all right.
What were we expecting?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's all about expectation, I would say.
There's a lot of coaches that would disagree with that.
Do you?
Well, I mean, in the NBA, they fire head coaches for winning 50-plus games. I know I've used this example so many times, but again, the New York Knicks fired Tibbs losing Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. I mean, it looks like if you turn left when you were supposed to turn right one time in the NBA, you're fired.
Yeah.
All right, I digress.
No, I mean, I think it's a fair. But it's interesting because I wonder if that would, again, if Matthew Stafford goes down and is injured for any significant amount of time, whether he is 38, entering his 18th year, none of that matters. If he misses a lot of time, this season is going to go off the skids for the Rams. But I wonder if that conversation has a different wrinkle slightly this year because they drafted Ty Simpson 13th overall. Not that he is ready to lead them to a Super Bowl this season, but does that onus get put onto Sean McVay and Les Snead a little bit more because you went out and drafted a guy that you think at a certain point will be capable of helping you win Super Bowls?
That's a good question. I mean, I would say maybe yes, because in that case, then Stetson Bennett is starting, and then you still have a capable backup quarterback.
Right.
Like your third string guy is actually capable. So, if Matthew Stafford. Now, I would also argue, I mean, what's a lengthy amount of time? 6 weeks?
Yeah.
With this defense, I don't know if 6 weeks is detrimental in terms of winning anything. Depends on the timing, of course.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But Stetson Bennett and the Rams defense.
Is it enough?
With Sean McVay, and the offense calling plays, you still have the talent. You still have Nakua and Kyron Williams and Devontae Adams. And that, I don't know. You 4-2, 3-3. That doesn't kick you out of the running.
Right. Definitely.
So I think they'd be able to hang around. But, yeah, I agree with Cody in terms of, as we sit here now, it's not as much of a debate. I would roll us back to April or whenever the draft was, though, and if you weren't sure about Stetson Bennett, kind of after like creating the space for him to take some time and take a step back and kind of really get himself back to where he is now, you and Matthew Stafford prior to free agency and getting that new contract done, you're not sure, like he's in kind of like a year-to-year mode himself in terms of where he is physically and still, playing the game at a high level. Yeah, maybe you do draft a quarterback because you weren't sure about Stetson Bennett in April. Mm-hmm. And then Matthew Stafford being your only quarterback option at that point, you don't want everything to only be riding on his shoulders. And then to one of the points I was making earlier, from a front office perspective, when you're thinking about not having picks in the future, you're not going to have access to a starting quarterback in the future. And so this year, as far as maybe Les Snead in the front office was concerned, this may be their only chance the rest of this decade to get access to a guy that potentially could be a starting quarterback in the NFL at a high level, even though we may not need him for 2 or 3 years, right? But when you need him, he won't be available. Like that guy won't be available to the Rams in a few years. And to me, it signals they plan to still win at a high level, even after Matthew Stafford chooses to step away from football in a year or 2 or 3, they feel like they have the guy that at that point would be able to step in and still allow them to win division, win the conference, go to Super Bowls. They're never backing off of that plan as long as Les Snead is running the team.
Absolutely. No, what's interesting to me is not necessarily that they made the quarterback pick. It was the quarterback itself. Because, as you said, if they're not going to make a first-round pick, especially for a quarterback for the next couple of years, which clearly, based on the trades that they made, they are not, is this the guy of your future? Like, if you're standing there, gun to your head, and like, we're just going to take the best available quarterback, and it's Ty Simpson, and you're a team that's planning to go to the Super Bowl year in, year out, you must really believe in your developmental that you can have this guy for 3 years, and in 2 to 3 years, he's going to be that dude. Will he be? Time will tell. I have seen nothing to make me believe it. That being said, doesn't mean it won't happen.
And that is, I think, a part of the thought process for Les Snead and Sean McVay, that we have familiarity with Simpson's family. Les Snead and Ty Simpson's dad, who is a high school quarterback or a high school coach, a football coach, they have that familiarity with one another. They believe in Ty Simpson, but I also think it's worth noting that Ty Simpson needs time to develop. There is not a great track record in the last decade plus of quarterbacks at the college level that have started 15 games or fewer, drafted in the first round, and then their results in the NFL. Mitch Trubisky, Dwayne Haskins, and what we are seeing currently in Indianapolis with Anthony Richardson Sr. The records are not good. The performance is not good. But what Ty Simpson is going to have that those other guys did not is basically the entirety of a year, if not 2, if not more than that, to learn and develop behind Matthew Stafford, which is why at first I wasn't a huge fan of this pick. You're all in on the Super Bowl? Go get Mekhi Lemon to be that third wide receiver, to add an additional piece to what was the best offense in the NFL a year ago. But now, after the blockbuster deal for Myles Garrett and having it explained a little bit more, I actually am kind of on board with the Ty Simpson pick at 13th overall.
Yeah, Cody's a Ray Burrell fan, so and I know we don't have a ton of WNBA listeners, but I just wanted the concept of this conversation we're having. Mm-hmm. So the year Ray Burrell was coming out of the University of Tennessee, she was coming off of some knee injuries and knee issues. Mm-hmm. But that year, with the draft pick we had with the Sparks, I thought you are not going to get another chance to draft a player like Ray Burrell. And so even though she may not be fully available in her first year due to the knee issues, you cannot pass up on an opportunity to draft a player like Ray Burrell. Mm-hmm. Because 10 years from now, it'll more than pay off that maybe her first year was limited in different ways. And we could argue now, for those that do watch the W, she might be their best player.
She might be.
And that's kind of the way you have to think of it if you're at the general manager position. Like Ty Simpson in 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, he could be the guy you exactly need at that time.
And again, when you are debating the Rams' backup quarterback and the philosophy for this organization, it should only further prove that they are fully in on winning a Super Bowl as those favorites entering 2026. We hear from the voice of LA sports. Should Adam Silver get involved with the Lakers ownership drama in the Buss family feud? We'll tell you next on the other side here on D. Fish and Decker.
Really simple. Who are you mad at? That is the first question you need to ask. Because if you're mad at the Dodgers, slap yourself in the face. I'm going to give you a minute. Because the Dodgers did nothing wrong. The Dodgers did nothing wrong. In fact, the Dodgers, I'll actually go a step further. They're the only ones that did anything right in this entire situation. Because the Dodgers get their hand on Tarik Skubal for giving up 3 prospects. Now, are they bad prospects? No. In fact, they're good prospects. But they sure as hell are not the prospects that are end-all, be-all that should have gotten this done. I couldn't believe the lack of haul that just came in for this price. So just so we're all clear, 3 prospects go over to the Detroit Tigers from the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they are the following. Zaire Hope, who is the Dodgers' number 5 prospect, followed by River Ryan, the Dodgers' number 10 prospect, and Brady Smith, a pitcher who is also their number 17 prospect. The Dodgers still have 7 prospects in Major League Baseball's top 100 list. They didn't even have to give away any of their top 4 prospects to get their hands on Tarik Skubal. And to the point where if this was all it took, explain to me why anyone's mad at the Dodgers. Because if you're a fan of another team right now, you should be pissed at your team that you didn't. If you're a Milwaukee Brewers fan, you should be screaming at Matt Arnold, their GM. You should be furious that they did nothing. If you're a Rays fan, the Rays just gave up arguably like the same exact haul that the Dodgers just did to get Freddie Peralta, who's got like a 6 ERA this season out of the New York Mets. You're telling me they couldn't get this done? Throw an extra prospect in there. You're the Rays. You got endless prospects. Do something. I have no sympathy for anyone in baseball, and sure as hell no fan in baseball that's complaining about this, because this was a more than a fair asking price, and there are many, many more layers to break down. But I just want to start with that. Everyone that's complaining and moaning that the Dodgers are ruining baseball, no. It's not one team ruining baseball. It's the other 29 teams that are currently ruining baseball.
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, yeah, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Luka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
Have you ever had a head coach or manager just tear you a new ass? Because I have definitely had that done to me a couple times.
I was like so terrified of having that happen.
Really? Oh, yeah.
That
I was very lucky. It was behind closed doors, but boy, oh boy, Bud Black tore me to shreds once.
Yeah, I mean, like my high school coach stopped the drill one time. Jerry Sloan, when I was with the Jazz, I was whispering on the side. He was talking about something on the other side of the floor, and I guess he could maybe hear me a little bit, and he just turned and was like, do you want to include everybody else in the conversation?
He went like school teacher.
Yeah, you want to share with the class?
Yes.
You passing notes?
Yeah. And man, my high school coach, like he blew a whistle, and like we were doing like a 3-on-2 fast break drill, and I threw a behind the back pass. It was successful pass, but he blew the whistle like, don't you ever even think twice about this.
Monday morning on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is Derek Fisher. He is Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. One of the main storylines as it continues in Los Angeles is the ownership drama around the Los Angeles Lakers, what is going to continue to unfold with the majority sale from Mark Walter to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, and of course, the family feud between the Buss family. Jeannie does not want to sell. She wants to retain ownership stake in the purple and gold. It is her family legacy. Her 5 siblings want to get out and cash in on the $12.5 billion valuation of the Los Angeles Lakers. We have heard perspectives basically all week long here in LA. We have also finally heard a small perspective, at least reported, from NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, that he is expected to get involved and try to calm the waters around the drama with the Buss family. We asked you at The Fan LA on YouTube, can Adam Silver help out? Do you want him to get involved? Crash, what do we have in those poll results?
Yes, sir. We did. They did throw me the mic.
I told
you
to
did
be
a
ready.
poll earlier, and
the people of the chat do think that Adam Silver should get involved with this Laker ownership debacle. Only 44% of the poll think that this is none of his business. You two, take it away. Or you three, take it away.
All right, what do you guys think?
He needs to get involved, at least in some semblance of a way, at least to calm down the horrible news outlets that are constantly talking about this, because some sort of normalcy needs to come out of this at some point. This has been a dumpster fire for week after week since the announcement initially happened. There's a moderate amount of excitement, and then it's really been mired by an amount of questions, and now a family squabble that's happening in real time in front of us, whether we want to see it or not. It's a very unique and I've said it over and over again. This is season 6 of Succession. Like, we are watching in real time. It is
Quite
watching
literally.
families backstab each other, and what's unfortunate, this is a family that we feel like we're a part of because they're the Lakers. I've never been able to separate the Buss family from the Lakers and the Lakers from the Buss family. Now we're all being forced to.
And I think that's the really interesting point, right? And then where is Adam Silver's role on behalf of the NBA and the other governors around the association, those in ownership groups? How do they get involved? This is not a great look for the NBA right here, right now. This is not exactly what you want your offseason storylines to be. So, D-Fish, what can Adam Silver even do? What do you think he will say to the Buss family to try to calm the murky waters at the moment?
I mean, what he can do, I'm not sure of the language in his agreement, as the commissioner of the league and what exact power it gives him in some of these conversations. But let's not be fooled into thinking he can't do anything. I believe if he was completely on the outside of this conversation, he wouldn't waste his time. So I do believe there's an ability to say, as we used the homeowners association kind of metaphor or analogy earlier, as the leader of or the president of the homeowners association, I don't own your house. It's not my money, but I do run this association.
Yes.
and so therefore, I do have some say-so over what you do with your front yard and your backyard.
Yeah.
I do have some say-so over how much time you have in order to do said things or not, or to fine you or create policies or make adjustments or amendments to policies to make sure that we maintain a certain level of decorum around our association. And so I do think he can show up and have those conversations, whether it's with the Buss family. I think also, understanding even from Mark Walter a little bit more of what's going on, how things happened, and then also, an opportunity to connect with Bob Iger and Josh Kushner as well, even though the news is, LA Buss family, but he does have a relationship with Bob Iger. There also can be some conversation there. Ultimately, yes, Adam Silver's not the type of personality to try and tell people what to do. I think he is a believer in kind of, hey, I am the commissioner, but there's a certain level of free will here. You guys, you can do what you want to do. But there is a point where I am going to have to take a position or take a stance as the commissioner of this league. And I'd appreciate it if you would consider that my stance is going to be, A, B, or C. And that may not necessarily be what you like it to be, but I can't just let this go on forever. So I may have to just step in and say, hey, you know what? Here's my understanding of the situation. Here's what we're going to do. Maybe the additional sale. I just don't think it's good for any league that a team can be purchased by one ownership group or owner and then flipped within 12 months to another. Like, that to me is what also needs to kind of get figured out. Like, you need to be not necessarily on the hook. I understand it's an investment. If somebody makes you a crazy offer, sure, like, why not, I guess. But maybe that new offer, they need to come in as like a minority ownership piece for a while before they can take over as majority. Like, you just can't come out of nowhere, not nowhere, but to jump in and become majority owner of a team that was just sold to another majority owner in a year ago seems a bit much.
It feels chaotic. It is chaotic. But here's the thing, like you mentioned that number, like a number that they can't refuse. Like that's what I think Mark Walter gave the Buss family when he gave them basically $3 billion above what the valuation of the team was at the time. Q to a year later flipped it for 12.5. You can make the argument that it's a number he couldn't refuse, and frankly it is. But now as everything's been peeled back a little bit more, it seems like he's actually in need of some money all of a sudden. So now this turns into a whole other can of worms all of a sudden, and now we see other teams getting ready to flip their ownership. Now, granted, not the massive majority stake the way this is, but I'm worried that this becomes a trend, and that might be the reason why Adam Silver's really getting involved right now.
And the NBA league office does not want that chaos to ensue all throughout the league. It was very clear that Mark Walter needed some liquid cash up front. What will continue to come from that story and into Mark Walter's finances, I think we will discuss here in the coming days. But right now on D. Fish and Decker, alongside Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, I am Ben Stevens. It is time to play the final out. Raj, is the mic on?
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
Yes, you are catching on. You have turned my microphone on. Good job. Proud of you. Gentlemen, we discussed earlier the scare in Raiders camp, of course, with Aston Gentry, but hopefully he will be recovered soon. But Cody has given us some background on that type of injury, and it doesn't go away quickly.
No, it doesn't.
So, according to DraftKings, however, the top 9 running backs expected to lead the league in yardage, in terms of yards rushing. Rushing, not total yards, that's a key word there, rushing. So I'm just going to go left to right now to make it easy for me. Fish, give me a running back that that's one of the favorites, top 9 to lead the league in rushing.
Top 9 this coming season?
Yes, sir.
Running backs are rough. Let's go with the home guy for now. I'll go with Kyron Williams.
Oh, hang on. Before you do, there's 2 names I wish you guys wouldn't say. You always do that. You don't. The home guy is your hood. No. He's not on the list. And there's one other name that's not going to be in there. So yeah, we'll just turn your microphone off. All right, guys, your turn, Ben.
I think you just lost in the first one.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at you for giving love to Kyron Williams, but I think that's what Raj was saying. Raj is like, don't do Kyron anymore.
I think this is a bit aggressive.
So how can a guy be like...
It's like, I think it's DraftKings listing who will have the most rushing yards in the NFL this upcoming season.
Yes.
And it's like the 9 shortest prices or the best prices.
That's not football, bro. Go ahead.
All right. I'm going to go with Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs, now see, that's how you play. Yes, Jahmyr Gibbs is 4th on the list. Yes.
I'll go with Bijan
Robinson. He's also a common guy. He is 5th on the list. So there's 3 guys ahead of them in terms of rushing.
So Derek's out. Correct?
Derek cannot talk. He cannot participate anymore.
But I want him to.
Don't want to.
Yeah, he's done. He didn't like the way this was phrased.
Yeah.
Wait, so Jahmyr is number 4 and Bijan's number 5.
Really? Rushing.
Let's go with... is the King still on there? Derrick
King Henry bonus points, number 1. He's expected over 1,200 rushing yards.
Really? At his age?
Oh, the feet are up. You're really kicking back right now.
You should.
How many yards did Derrick Henry have last year?
Not that many.
He did. He had a good season. That's not true. That's not true. Don't listen. It's not true. You lost, Derek. You just can't go with the home team every time. It's a lesson learned.
Okay, how many yards do you get for when you fumble the ball in the other team?
Well, go ahead, Ben.
No, it's Cody.
It's my turn.
Yeah, it's Cody.
I'm sorry.
I'll go with Jonathan Taylor.
Ooh, good guess.
Number 3 on the list. See? Yeah, there you go. Now you guys getting the hang of it.
All right.
Now we've danced.
Number 2.
Well, 2 of you got the hang of it.
Maybe not number 2, but he's in there. Christian McCaffrey.
That's who I was going to go with.
I told you. So there's 2 guys I said I hope you guys don't do.
I was going to go
He had 413 touches.
I'm shocked on that one.
But passing yards. A lot of those touches are passing. This is rushing. He is not. He is just off of the list.
Ooh.
So therefore,
do I have to do another one to officially win?
Hang on. I don't know where this button is coming from.
Because I got one of 2 choices I'm going with.
Go ahead. Give me some more.
Cook.
James Cook is number 2 on the list.
I'm surprised it's that high, but okay, I'll take it.
I'm with Derek, dude. I'm going over here. I'm out on this list.
Yeah, well, you guys pay attention. And this is the way it was. Saquon Barkley would have been an acceptable answer.
That would have been a good one.
Yep. He's number 2. Ashton Genty. See, Derek, now that's the theme you should have went with, someone we talked about earlier. See, if you want to go with themes.
You mean the guy who just ripped his ankle off yesterday?
Yep, he's still off there.
The odds
he'll be
maker's
back.
a DK.
Brees Hall is good. Expect a lot of rushing yards with the Jets because they're going to run.
Yeah.
And then Devon
Achane.
Achane would have been the last one.
So a guy that plays for the Jets is going to have more rushing yards than Kyron Williams.
He might be their only source of offense.
That's what I'm saying. That's how it works. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at DraftKings.
I
Like
heard
them.
the DraftKings Sportsbook is now available in all 50 states, including California.
It sure is.
It sounds as though you can put your prediction forth here, defense.
Well, they didn't send me this list before we started playing this game.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be sent all this information as a guy that makes the live reads for DraftKings.
Right.
Check your spam.
They didn't give you that.
You deserve, D-Fish, I'm going to do it. I'll let you know. You deserve better. You deserve better than what you got in today's game.
They give you all the things that you must read as like the financial things at the end, the disclaimers.
No, you got screwed. You deserve
But they
better,
didn't
man.
even give you the top 9.
Nope.
Man, out on the first one. All right, have a great rest of your day because you have a lot of
Appreciate it.
things to do. Golf tournament, calling the Sparks game tonight against the Dream.
Get some sleep.
You going to get some sleep?
No.
Probably. I might take a nap.
I'm
after
going to
this.
the gym, baby.
Actually, maybe Game 6 rewatch of the 2025 World Series on my couch this afternoon.
Boy.
He's Derek Fisher. He's Cody Decker. I am Ben Stevens. Brock and Alex up next. You're on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Did you ever do it in the league, though?
In the league, yeah.
Yes,
sure.
I take that, college
For
coach.
Sure.
And then do you get on the kids now for behind the back passes or a little showboating?
I do, but what I try to help them understand is there's a time and place for everything. Behind the back passes when it's a tie game in the first quarter is not the time to try something.
So when is it?
If we're up by a big score and the game is pretty much decided, you got a little bit more leeway. But even then,
yeah, how do you do it without showing up those guys?
Yeah,
now?
so that's the difference, though. Like, I'm not going to embarrass you in the game, but they just know based on my body language and how I move on the sideline whether I approve or not. So they know, like, as soon as they do it and they look at the bench, and it's not a big demonstrative movement. It's just a
just something small.
Something small.
Subtle,
and
so
they're
they
like,
know.
Coach is not feeling that.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw it to the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
The force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if
banger.
you caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's amazing, Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
that cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that did. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a comedy store a little bit.
I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on D-Mac and Ryder. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to my
friends with
partner.
D-Mac. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Gray thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, sure. I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That
That comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you.
That's the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Fly, bro.
No, they want to get better. No, they want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. You know, what is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it, and I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what
It was a wonderful week. Oh, I remember now.
I blacked out. Sorry.
Friday, went to dinner with my cousin and his wife.
Yeah.
And we had a little double date action, which was great. New restaurant opened in the Pasadena area, which was wonderful.
And it was
incredible.
Delicious.
Lived
okay.
up to all of the hype. And there's that great feeling when you're in a restaurant and you close it down. Like there's something
I love that.
so cinematic where the waiter or waitress just says, "You guys just hang. We're gonna start cleaning around you," and chairs are on top of tables. The service staff is opening up wine and getting drunk.
That's like literally
it felt
my
very
favorite.
cinematic. Yes.
Oh.
Went to the Getty Museum on Saturday.
Wow.
And yesterday did not do much of anything. Just hung around the family. What about you?
That's great. You were outside.
It was very
I
hot
love
to be
that.
outside.
It was so hot.
I was outside and I was literally outside.
I was like literally outside. Yeah, no, I'm like in the midst of solo parenting while the Hubs is on tour. So family and friends were awesome this weekend, coming to hang out with me and my baby girl Jaxie. We did lots of strand walks, lots of beach time, lots of like outside restaurants. But yeah, dude, it was hot.
It's a little bit
And I'm at
toasty
the
out
beach.
there.
Like when it's hot at the beach, I think about you guys in the valley, and I'm like, how are you surviving like this? Please say there's air conditioning in every single room. That's wild. But we had a great weekend, and LA sports, you guys, had a solid weekend. Dodgers swept the Pirates, now have won 6 straight. We'll get to that in just a minute. Rams shut out the Saints 34-0. That defense, and it wasn't even the starters, you guys, looks unstoppable, which was insane. And then the Lakers, we haven't had a lot of positive Laker news, but it looked like they were having the time of their lives in Slovenia.
Luka looks like Chris Evans. Luka looks like Captain America.
Are you
Luka
saying
has
like
bangs.
revenge body times
Revenge
2
body
or the
Luka.
hairstyle? Like,
Both.
Because
I
last
think the
season
whole
was
package
a
is
like
coming together.
revenge body. It was like, oh, okay, what, you got rid of me because like I wasn't in shape? Let me show you what's up. Situation. You are hosting the entire squad minus Cameron Carr in your home and just taking him kayaking. Did you see them?
That was cool. That was great.
Like seeing giant athletes in tiny boats like having to row is just hilarious to me. Like doing things that's so out of their element.
Yes. It looked like an awesome trip. The images of a bunch of...
Guys, this is actually the perfect timing and perfect case scenario for you guys to just get out of Dodge, not listen to all the noise. And I think you said this last week. Moments like that can either like tear a team apart or bring them closer together. And because they were all together and alone in Slovenia, it feels like this is a situation where it's like, all right, we know to see them back here in LA and feel the vibe again, that this is like what needed to happen for this new look Lakers. So happy for them. Let's get to the Dodgers, though, you guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, because LA is rolling again. And when I told you not to worry, this is what I meant, okay? They slumped at the perfect time, the same time that they do every season, and they turned it around. They completed the sweep yesterday, beating the Pirates 4-0, having now won 6 straight. Their 10th sweep is really funny.
But to be fair for Dave, there's a lot of movement and injuries and guys coming back and leaving, going back. But Pajes did end up having the surgery, but the timeline still remains the same. So that is kind of just bone. There's not a lot of fat in your hand. It's just bones and skin and flesh. You want that surgery immediately. You just want to fix the bone immediately.